have his seat under our high table here. Mr. Charles Grant of Aero Contractors. He's one of our faculties. He's still carrying some other things. That's why I said I don't allow them to carry things now. It's too heavy. Those things are heavy. Just take him here. Those things must be diluted. Yes. Mr. Charles Grant, you're welcome. We appreciate you. If it was the time that kidnapping was raining, I would know that you would have still been moving with some security men. But thank God our government has solved that problem to an extent. Charles Grant looks every bit a British. And you are welcome here, sir. Thank you. May I also invite to sit at the high table here another of our key faculty, Assistant Controller Joseph Attile. Attile, you're highly welcome. Attile, you refuse to be supported by our team of well-trained and industrious crew. Because this is aviation. In aviation, we have crew responsibilities. May I also invite to sit on this white chair, which distinguishes this environment from your own environment, Mr. Diamond Tieti. Diamond Tieti, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Let him balance the table so that load balancing, the load factor, yes, you balance it there. Thank you very much. May I also warmly invite to sit amongst these ones, Mr. Godwin Ame. Godwin Ame is the general manager at the NCA, and he's here with us today. He's also one of our key faculties. Help him. You didn't take the biro he was holding. You didn't take the biro he was holding. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, and thank you very much indeed. Let me at this point invite our host today to the white chair. May I invite the Director of Finance and Accounts at the Nigerian Civil Aviation. It's one of their key responsibilities. So, you are putting their job at risk. Thank you very much. May I now, at this point, invite our chief host to this white chair. Permit me to invite our own dear DGCA, Captain Chris Onanajomo, ably represented here by another capable, competent director at the NCA, Director of Operation, Licensing and Training, Captain Donald Spieth. Please. Captain Don Spieth. Captain, you're welcome, and we are highly appreciated. This is just to inform that the stage is now set for the full commencement of this program. Having taken on the introductions, may I also inform you that most of our airlines are already represented here. We have ARIC here. We have ValueJet here. We have Aero Contractor staff here, Avitech here, Omza Air, Donia Aviation, you're also here. You are recognized and you are appreciated, and we cannot recognize you. Thank you very much. May I, at this point, hope. Okay. All right. So we are highly welcome. Even as we take A very quick opening prayer to commence this program formally as is documented. We have taken the arrival of the stakeholders opening prayer. May we open our program to the third page for our opening prayer. As we all stand, please. The national anthem. Thank you very much, and thank you very much indeed. Thank you. While you take your seats, I've been asked to inform you that this flight shall be a very smooth flight. There shall not be any turbulence. We can't have turbulence when the DGCA is a captain with so many years of experience. And even when he's not physically present here, another captain who has even higher rating and length of experience, flying experience, is representing. The flight is going to be smooth. The crew are professionals, well-trained, and their proficiency is well up to date. Let me say that this meeting is Civil Aviation Cost Recovery Optimization Stakeholders Retreat. In a retreat, is for evaluation, review, reconciliation, and very particularly, I want to say this, retaliation. There has to be retaliation because NCA is an organization very responsible. When you do well, they will reciprocate. And that is why they invite you here from the comfort of your office to come and enjoy the ambience of this environment, where you will be treated like a king and a prince that you are. Kings and queens are treated in Ikoyi because Queen's Drive is in Ikoyi. Oh, wait, that is where we are. And so that is the best place they can bring you to. So if you're a king or a queen, you have been brought an environment where you can be well celebrated. Thank you very much, and God bless you for coming. We are going to move very swiftly, like I told us. At this point, I will be inviting the DGCA to take the program in its strides. What he's going to do in one bit is that he's going to give us the opening remark. He's going to give us the welcome address. And he's going to give us the keynote address. One in one. What a way to manage time. Are we communicating? May I invite to the podium at this time the Director of Operations, License and Training, Captain Donald Smith, who is representing the DGCA, to come and give us this address. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you, Grant, for recognizing and for doing that. You did. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just go outside of the sphere of my speech and just make an informal statement before I go on with my speech. I take this opportunity to thank the Director of Finance Affairs of the NCA and his team, his GMs and his staff who have organized this symposium or workshop, not a symposium, it's a workshop. And at the same time, I thank you very much, industry experts that are here for this occasion. I know it's a very busy time of the year, and to have found time to come here this morning, our greatest pleasures to you. Thank you very much. Then let me just go ahead with my speech now. His Excellency, Honorable Minister of Aviation and Airspace Development, Barrister Festus Keyamo, SAN, His Excellency, the Chair, Senate Committee on Aviation, Senator Buhari Abdul Fattah, His Excellency, the Chair, House Committee on Aviation, Honorable Abdullahi Idris Garba, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, representatives of sister agencies of the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development here present, representatives of airlines and other transportation value chain service providers, members of security agencies of the Federal Republic, representatives of international civil aviation and air transportation bodies, captains of industries, esteemed keynote speakers and panelists, gentlemen of the press, here, present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. That was a long list of greetings. It is indeed a great honor and a rare privilege to stand before you today in this thought-provoking retreat. Today marks another regulatory milestone in our journey towards achieving a viable and efficient aviation industry in our country, Nigeria. This event, which is Civil Aviation Cost Recovery and Revenue Optimization Stakeholders Retreat, is part of our ongoing strategic models of cooperation and the synergy for strengthening the Nigerian aviation industry by providing effective regulation for sustaining safer skies, enhance efficiency, further stability, thereby increasing the contribution of the sector to the Nigerian GDP and national economic growth. The theme of the retreat, strengthening collaboration for revenue optimization and operational efficiency, underscores the importance and crucial nature of this event. The retreat, as the regulatory intervention, has been convened by the NCAA to create the needed platform for selfless deliberations on the ways and means of enhancing interagency collaboration, strategic partnership, synergy, and policy harmonization for financial stability and sustainability in the country's civil aviation and air transport ecosystem under the federal government revenue and fiscal framework. It will focus on promoting financial efficiency, ensuring fiscal policy compliance, and driving sustainability revenue growth across Nigeria's civil aviation and air transport value chain. And at the same time, optimizing the federal government fiscal management goals and objectives. This landmark event brings together chief finance officers of airlines, being the operators, designated staff of the NCAA as regulators, representatives of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, and the Nigerian Customs Service as federal government fiscal policy implementators, policy and industry experts, among other critical stakeholders. In our views, this retreat is not only timely, but also critical to achieving the statutory mandate and corporate goals of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, particularly under the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Barrister Festus Keyamo, SAN. Together, we are committed to rebranding, reinventing, and rejuvenating the Nigerian aviation sector for international competitiveness, sustainable growth, and development. No doubt, a sustainable regulatory framework built on collective engagement and strategic collaboration is crucial to achieving operational excellence. Enhance productivity and sector growth without compromising safety standards. This approach, aligned with the local and international regulations, remain a cornerstone of the NCAA's strategic vision plan. As the theme suggests, the retreat is designed to foster dialogue and collaboration among key stakeholders. Our goal is to tackle the growing burden of poor compliance by the airlines to financial regulatory standards and obligations to the NCAA, which is traceable to illiquidity and inefficiency arising from huge and growing operational expenses associated overhead costs occasioned by the impact of the subsisting fiscal framework. The specific objectives of this retreat include, but not limited to, objective and insightful discussions on policy harmonization towards achieving sound financial management and operational safety in Nigeria's civil aviation. Reviewing the country's existing fiscal and revenue models pertaining to the civil aviation industry to align same with international best practices set by IATA, ICAO, and the ACI. Assessing existing local laws and international regulations to ensure improved financial management for enhanced regulatory and fiscal compliance. identifying gaps in the current fiscal and revenue framework that affects financial management and operational safety of the airlines and recommending remedial actions. Deliberating on the fiscal sustainability and financial growth of the local airline industry while promoting compliance with national and international obligations. Securing commitment from the airlines towards achieving 100% compliance with financial regulatory requirements and standards of NCAA. Development of proactive framework on advanced payment guarantee, that is what you call the APG, from all airlines to enforce zero debt strategy from 1st January 2026. At the NCAA, we are optimistic that this retreat will reinforce our strategic vision plan and accelerate the achievement of cost recovery and revenue optimization goals by enhancing operational efficiency, financial stability, and service excellence through increased collaboration. As we are all aware, the Nigerian economy is facing significant microeconomic and developmental challenges. These require innovative approaches to overcome. In response, His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has laid out the 8-point agenda for economic restoration and growth, which calls for all government agencies to efficiently execute their mandates. In the same vein, the Honorable Minister has outlined a 5-point agenda to guide the aviation sector in alignment with the President's vision. This is crucial given the vital role civil aviation plays in national economic development, international trade, and investment opportunities. This retreat reflects our commitment to realigning our strategies and approaches in fulfilling our constitutional responsibilities, especially as it relates to the strategic initiatives of the Honorable Minister and indeed Mr. President in terms of revenue optimization and aviation sector growth. I would like to commend the Project Steering Committee of the NCAA and the Directorate of Finance and Accounts for their dedication to making this event a reality. I started with congratulating them because I know how important this was, and it was going to come up later in my speech. So thank you guys. On behalf of the entire management and staff of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, I sincerely thank the Nigerian Customs Services and the Federal Inland Revenue Services for honoring this important event. To the airline operators, I would like to sincerely appreciate you for coming while acknowledging your resilience and impact in the Nigeria civil aviation ecosystem, especially knowing that NCAA is in regulation because you are in operation. I wish you all productive and impactful participation. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the DGCA, for a well-presented keynote, opening, and welcome address. Like I told you earlier before he started, that this is a tripartite presentation. You did the welcome address, you did the opening remark, and you gave us the keynote address. And you did all of them. If you listen to that speech, it encapsulated all these three regimes. There was a welcome, you were highly welcome. There was a keynote address. That is why he said, in rounding off, to all the critical stakeholders, we are in regulation because you are in operation. And that is key to the note we are supposed to have here. So very impactfully, the speech was intense, but well delivered in good time. A round of applause for the DG, please. I don't know why. Give him a round of applause. That is how to go. And having done that, we told you earlier that this program, we are not going to be here longer than necessary. The DG, that's what you said I should say. You said I should say so, that we are not going to be here longer than necessary. I've just told them that you said I should tell them. Now we are going to move quickly, having done this, to the keynote speech. The keynote speech for today is strengthening interagency collaboration in civil aviation economic regulation. This keynote speech is going to be taken by no other than Mr. Godwin. Amen.
Partners in progress. Our relationship is symbiotic. We need you, you need us, and together we are here. Why are we here? Definitely it's for a good purpose, and I wish this stuff comes so quickly because it is delaying the time I'm supposed to save. My colleagues from NCA, you are welcome, and especially our partners working with us closely to put this paper together. We must also not forget that in our midst here, we have a friend of the industry, an aviation reporter expert for several decades, in the person of Mrs. Nusa Aitome. Madam, you are welcome. When the DJ was talking, he did mention that custom is here, and FIRS is here. You are all welcome. As the presentation goes on, and will tell us why they are here. Understand? Thank you very much. Okay. As clearly stated, this topic I'm taking is strengthening interagency collaboration in managing civil aviation in Nigeria. And I have the mandate of my DFA in the person of Mr. Olufemi Odukoya to take this presentation on his behalf. Thank you very much, sir. The objectives of this paper is to know the key stakeholders in civil aviation in Nigeria. If you must talk of collaboration, then the next question is, who do I collaborate with? And that becomes important for us to know who the stakeholders are. We must understand the challenges faced by the sector over the years. Because there's a need to collaborate, we are collaborating to resolve those challenges and find a way forward. We also appreciate the need for full collaboration by all stakeholders to sustain and improve recorded growth in the civil aviation. Then, if we must collaborate, with who? Key agencies, MDAs, that their activities, directly or indirectly, impact on the aviation sector. We appreciate the key role timely receipt of funds and remittances play in civil aviation management. And this is very, very important. All this grammar we are speaking today is put together because money was available. Am I correct? We come here today, you pay money by Uber, taxis, you buy fuel in your cars to drive here. It all requires money. And so we cannot talk aviation without money. And if the required funding for the industry, both to the airlines and the regulators and other stakeholders are not available, then we have a disaster in our hands. And we are here to save that. Also, we appreciate the new APG framework being put together in place by NCAA. The DG made mention of that in his opening keynote address, and it will be further expanded as my presentation goes on. This is not the first summit we are having. We had the first summit in February 2025, and the objective of that summit was to collaborate. Summit was majorly between the CFOs and domestic airlines. It was just NCAA and the airlines. And in that discussion, several safety gaps were noticed between the airlines and the NCAA. And there was a need to block or close those gaps to see that the industry moves smoother. We also discovered that late or non-remittance or the 5% ticket sales charges collected by the airlines on behalf of the authority was one of the major crises bewildering the industry. And there was a need to find a way to close that gap and to close it urgently. And the summit resolved that for aviation to thrive, Nigeria must have a fully financially autonomous CAA that regulates in line with ICAO standards. And a lot of understandings were reached, and we and the airlines will understand each other better than before. At a point when our names are mentioned, it appears as if we are not partners, we are enemies, we are fighting each other. But today I can tell you that as the head of cost recovery, I have good and smooth relationship with all the airlines here present. And I attribute that to the impact of the summit we had in February. Of course, there are other few recalcitrant airlines. I don't say you should raise up your hand if you are the person. And we are setting up measures to see how to apply the regulation on them and then bring them to order. In this flight, both the captain and the crew and the passengers must be on one side and on one page. The February summit, there are some matters arising. Part of the matter that arose was that the airlines, during the panel discussion, submitted that there's a need for them to talk with the Federal Inland Revenue Services and the Nigerian Customs so that they can be able to harmonize certain things and be on the same page and on the same side to be able to operate smoothly. They are of the view that the airlines the customs and the FRS do not really understand their modus of operation. And so the decisions they take had a great negative impact on their flow of operations. I am not here to explain to them what they mean. Somebody from the airline will speak on that behalf, and I will just want to put that one to stop here. It is in that regard that the FRS and the Nigerian Customs were invited to be part of this particular workshop, so that they can listen to the airlines and then see how they can work together to come up with a stronger aviation, because they are partners in progress. Anybody that is a flying public is a partner, is a stakeholder, and the customs and the FRS definitely are major stakeholders. The caliber of people I saw today, and so they didn't come by road. Am I correct? And so, if you are a flying public, you are a stakeholder, and you must listen to the problem for the airlines and see how to work with them to get us a stronger aviation industry. And so, if you are a car smuggler and you see a custom here today, don't be afraid. He's not going to ask you for your custom paper here. Am I correct, sir? And if you are a tax defaulter, maybe you are not paying your tax for 5 years, don't be afraid. The FIR here is not coming here to ask for your tax. It's going to collaborate with our airlines to see how to put them on the better pedestrian to operate more effectively. And this is what NCAA is doing for the airlines. I think that the airlines will ordinarily clap hands for us. Yes, and that shows that we are interested in seeing that you progress. We're interested in seeing that you stand firm. And in line with the DG statement, you must continue to operate for us to continue to regulate. Anything outside that is not acceptable and must not be taken. We need to have a very quick overview of the aviation industry. For number one, we're made to understand that the first aircraft landed in Kano in 1925. And from then, skeletal services were rendered by some other airlines. And subsequently, Nigeria witnessed a surge in aviation activities in the 1960s. Specifically, Nigeria Airways, the indigenous airline, was bettered just 2 years before the independence. And so other airlines come up, and the aviation became a major point in Nigeria. Going forward, in the early 2000s, we witnessed a lot of catastrophe in the aviation industry, and that put a lot of unanswered questions in the heart of the flying public. That developed the need to have a safer regulatory agency backed up by a law to oversee aviation in the nation. And that gave the rise to the coming into effect of the first Civil Aviation Act, enacted in 2006 and reviewed in 2022. This, in essence, explains to us that NCAA, as an authority, did not drop from the sky. We are agents of the law. We are created by the law. And so we are legal entities. And that gives us the mandate to relate with the airlines, with other stakeholders. And it is on the same mandate we are standing to convocate this meeting and to discuss together, brainstorm, and see how we can move higher. What has changed in all this? Number one, the cumulative effect of all those collaborations give us a stronger and a more secured civil aviation. I think I told us in the last summit that after the early 2000 disasters, many people attributed the current safety we have in the industry to prayers. And I remember I said, I believe in prayers a lot. But I think the safety recorded in the industry since the mid-2020s and 2000 and above is not a function of only prayers. It's a function of hard work. It's a function of commitment. It's a function of collaborations between the airlines and the operators, between the airlines and the regulators, and between the airlines and other service providers. NCAA developed zero tolerance to anything that will impact negatively on safety. And that is why we are at this level today. We can enter the aeroplane with our eyes closed and come down moderately. But this level of success, we can still go beyond that. We can still achieve more. And that is why, one of the reasons, we are here to put our heads together and ask ourselves the question, what can we do differently to make a better and a greater impact in the aviation industry? It is important for us to know that aviation has its own contribution to national development. When we talk of national development, the first index that comes to our mind is the gross domestic product, which is a function of contributions from sales and services provided in the country in a particular year. In 2024, it was recorded that $243 billion was the value of the nation's GDP in 2024. Out of this, aviation was said to have contributed a meager 1.7 billion US dollars. And this gives us a very little percentage of less than 1% of the total GDP. If we are to judge very quickly, without looking at other facts, the question is, why should we even bother to invest in aviation? The fund that the government invests in aviation in any particular year cannot be recovered from the resources the government obtains from aviation. And many may be quick to say, well, let us just close aviation and concentrate on other sectors. But let us see what the impact of closing aviation will result to. Because aviation has other economic potentials. It is a gateway to the foreign direct investments, especially in the service sector. And if this gateway closes, GDP will reduce by more than 30%. And that will push the already recorded $243 billion to about $170 billion. You therefore discover that aviation is not contributing just 7%, but there are other consequential contributions which is not recorded, which we must also have in mind before we understand and be able to rate aviation where and put it where it really belongs. If aviation closes today, thousands of jobs will be lost, and a lot of other businesses will close, and it will throw the nation into harder and stiffer economic crisis. And that is why we must join hands to make aviation to stand and grow stronger. And this business starts with the regulators, with the airline operators, and other stakeholders. If we take a look at data from flightradar24.com, you can type it out. Unfortunately, the net cannot cooperate. Flightradar24.com. You will discover that Africa as a whole, and Nigeria in particular, will start at a very low ebb in terms of aviation development. Other nations of the world, aviation is contributing more directly to their GDP, even than the other service sectors. And we can project ourselves to reach that level. Others have navigated the industry to hand it over to us, and today we are in charge. We should ask ourselves the question, what are we going to hand over to the people coming behind us? May we hand over a legacy that, in the ways of my director, Mr. Olufemi Odukoya, that posterity should smile at us when we have handed over to them. And that will be good for you, to be good for me, to be good for all of us. Why must we collaborate? Number one, for effective communication. The other reasons are there on the board. I don't want to go too much into that because I know we all know why we need to collaborate. But permit me to emphasize on effective communication. There was this story of a young man that purchased an article from the shop at Alaba Market in Lagos. He was in a hurry and did not wait to collect his balance after the payment. The woman realized he hasn't collected his balance and started calling him to collect it. Latif, Latif, she shouted, running after him. But in response, the guy kept moving, half walking and half running. The other market neighbors pursued after him and gave him the beating of his life. The woman got to a point and expressed surprise that the crowd was beating her customer, now at point of death. Stop it, stop it. What did he do? The woman queried. The crowd replied, Madam, you say the man a thief. And the woman says, no, I only call him by his name. His name is Latif. Did we get the story? This young man's name is Latifat, abbreviated to Latif. And when he didn't collect his change, we call it change in our area here, the woman was calling here and run after him, go and collect your change, Latif, Latif, Latif. But the people were hearing Natif, Natif, Natif. And before I go on, permit me to give you this single advice. Please, do not do anything in this part called Lagos that people will call you thief. Because by that pronouncement, the Supreme Court of that environment have already judged you, convicted you guilty, and sentenced you to death, and it must be that method. If you are lucky they get tire and petrol, you will not be alive to tell the story. But the point here is communication. What the woman was saying was different from what the other members were saying. And it brought a lot of crises. This man almost lost his life. Now, let us come to the industry. If what the control tower is saying is different from what the pilot is saying, Captain, sir, you can tell me more about that. That is a disaster already. If what my director is saying is different from what I'm hearing, that is a lot of confusion already. Those of us from the Christian Parlance, we know about the towers of Babel. And I want to believe that the Holy Quran have similar story. What led to the problem was that everybody was saying different things and everybody was hearing different things. There was chaos. In this industry, we must speak with one voice. We must understand each other. And we must work together to be able to achieve great success in the industry. And that is the reason why we are here today. And I encourage our colleagues and friends and partners from the customs and the FRS to please listen to us patiently. Thank God you're not here today to collect tax. You're not here to seize any smuggled car or other things. Just listen to us. We have a lot to say. And if what we are saying has substance, please take us beyond here. Let your Controller Generals be part of this. Anybody that flies or has one that flies is a stakeholder in the industry and must be part of the solution in the industry. But as you are here to collaborate, I must also sell my product. We told us before that NCAA is empowered to collect this money on cost recovery basis from the airlines that hold the money on their behalf. Section 21 of the CAA clearly specifies that. In particular, Section 23, subsection 1, created the 5% ticket sales charges that the airlines are paying today. And so we are not collecting just because Captain Najomo says you must go and collect it. No, it is backed by the law. And if there's anybody, any airline here that still believes that this is arbitrary, the law is there to clarify it. And you can get it from the website of the NCAA and from the Ministry of Aviation. So it's a creation of the law. And this law is not only for the ticket sales charges, but also for the cargo sales charges, and for the charter sales charges, and for the contracts. If you, like all those people in the oil industry, they contract to carry my people for the whole period. Whatever they pay for it, NCAA is entitled to just 5% of it. For instance, if your monthly revenue is 100 million, let me not use million, let me use billion. I thought you would clap hand for me for using billion. I'm not wishing you to have only millions. If your monthly revenue is 100 billion naira, for example, NCA is interested in only 5 billion. My people, is that too much? It's not. And so kindly assist us, remit it on time. so that we will be able to serve you better. We have had a lot of engagement with each other, and we have come to agree that we can't survive without the airlines. The airlines too cannot survive without us. So we must support each other to be strong. And the only thing we need from you is not just the remittance or the 5% ticket sales charges and other charges, but remitting it timely. We're in the business of aviation, and time is of essence. What my friend once says, that if you will not know the value of 1 minute until you miss your flight by 1 minute. Am I communicating? And so if the money you are going to pay does not come on time, it has caused a lot of inconvenience to safety. And we must contribute to safety. I pray God helps us. It's important too for me to stress at this point that this money you are giving me, like if you made 100 billion and I collect just 5 billion, it's not just for Mr. Ame, it's not just for NCA. They act, share this money in the predefined ratios between NCA, NAMA, NIMET, NCAT, and AIB, NAV, NSIB. And so, when this money doesn't come on time, the other parastatals have reason to doubt our integrity as an authority. Where is our money? We need this money because I've already programmed it in the cash flow that every month they are getting money. And so when you delay this thing, you are doing great havoc to the industry. I once told my friend, it is not good to kill a man you will help to bury. If those agencies die, the airline industries have already died. Let us work together. I also told us some time ago that there are penalties for late or non-remittance of this money. Particularly, each director of the airline that defaults will be, upon conviction, liable to a fine of 5 million naira or imprisonment for a term of 2 years, or both. Let me emphasize, if you are talking of imprisonment, then there's a crime. Am I correct? That tells us that the law criminalizes non or late remittances of the 5% ticket sales charges. How many directors will I put in prison? Of what economic benefit will that be to us? And that is where we must catch the black chicken before it gets dark. It is not in the interest of NCAA to put any director to prison. And that is why we're saying, let us work together. Even if there's a reason why you cannot pay, let us know. NCAA as an authority, we once had a problem. And we ran to an airline. And because it's a good thing, permit me to mention that airline. For those of you that started early, you understand what I'm saying. A point came, our account was guaranteed by the court. We can't have access to any account again. The court guaranteed our account. If I have the time, I'll talk on that later. And FAA was on ground to conduct Category 1 audit. We ran to RK, and Dr. Demorin was in charge then. Say, please come and help us. We don't have time to pursue this legal matter. And while we are doing it, we need to move ahead. And RK gave NCA substantial amount of money as TSA in advance. If you are in the system and you remember that story, can you please say hi? Thank you very much. Clap hand for me now. And to me, that is collaboration with the highest standard. That this regulator have problem. If we dies, I dies. What do we do? They ran to us. They pay us heavy amount of money to be able to continue with the audit while the talk with the court was ongoing to lift the restriction in our account. And that is a very good one. And that is commendable. And that is what we are expecting, even today. In addition to that, other sanctions may apply. The law prescribes 1% compound interest on outstanding, and the authority may apply no pay, no service. If we have our way, we don't want to go into all that. Just pay our money on time. Like the DG stated in his opening remark and keynote address, we have some challenges, as I already said. In the last summit in February, we challenged AVITech to develop applications that will automatically remit NCA funds at the point of sale. since all tickets are sold electronically. Other countries, they don't run after airlines. Why do we do that? I have other jobs to do in the office than pursuing airlines to pay money for me. Unfortunately, and I think AVIATION is here and they are listening, take the message home. Unfortunately, they are still at the drawing table more than 8 months after that discussion. The authority cannot continue to chase airlines for funds it could seamlessly collect. The new framework proposes a solution. The authority is currently developing a framework that will require airlines securing an APG. APG stands for Advanced Payment Guaranteed. The DG defined it. From their bankers to cover the risk of default or late remittance. And in the next couple of weeks, the airline will be communicated as soon as the APG is completely formalized and the formalities endorsed finally at the top management. And I think this is a good one to go. And you don't need to be worried if you are not the defaulting type. Because APG or no APG, you will pay your money. But for the defaulting type, I must tell you that it is not going to be business as usual. Chino Achebe, in his book titled Things Fall Apart, gave a proverb there. That Eneke the bird says that since the hunters have learned to shoot without missing, what happened? Who can complete it? The birds have also learned to fly without perching. As we speak, NCAA is learning how to fly without perching, and we soon get there. What do? We want full recovery actions to take place. We want to see how to prevent debt accumulating. Why do we have debt in our record? It should be in and out. This money was collected on behalf of the authority. Why should we hold it? And we have zero tolerance to debt going forward, effective from 1st January 2026. And we can achieve this if we all work together. It is for the good of the industry. It's not just for the good of NCA. If NCA fails in his responsibility, it is a catastrophe in the aviation industry. How will we do it? That is why we are here today. Collaboration, active enforcement, and in particular, we will employ sanctions. We do not want to go into that route, and we pray we do not go there. But if you remain recalcitrant, I can tell you for free that every action of the DG is fully supported by the Honorable Minister of Aviation on our effort to recover our money and recover it on time. Why are we here today? For greater collaboration among agencies, to garner more understanding, to identify gaps that need to be closed, to join hands to build a stronger aviation sector, to contribute our quota to aviation development, to contribute to national development, and to advise CEOs of airlines on some policy thrust of the federal government. All the CFOs of the airlines here present, by profession, you are accountants or financial experts, and you are in a better position to educate and advise your CEOs on the best method of financial management. Many of them do not have the techniques. They may not have the time, but you are there as a professional to guide them. And that is why we are here to tell each other that we need to come together and form an alliance, even among ourselves. I expected that by now, the CFOs should have a WhatsApp group where they share certain information that will benefit all the airlines together. I stand to be corrected. I doubt if there is none. And you need to talk together. Recently, the AON, Airline Operators of Nigeria, wrote a letter to the authority requesting that we should intervene on the new NRS Act signed by Mr. President. And I ran to my guy and said, look, this one, our people call it Okpome. If I am a person here understand it, but I will explain it. I am being pursued by a lion. And I ran to another person being pursued by a lion that is to help me. I'm helpless. He's helpless. They say any arrest that are running to me to help you for is on my neck. As we speak, we have written to the federal government, appealing, begging for them to waive it. If not, from January next year, chances are that I will not be the one asking airline for money. NRS will come directly. You pay directly to them on a quarterly basis, they give NCA money. So we're equally affected. But if there is this strong synergy between the aviation CFOs and the CEOs, you are in a better position to talk to government and get results faster than us. Am I correct? You're in a better position to do that. But despite that, be that as it may, we made the case. Letter submitted. No reply yet, but follow-up is ongoing. And we believe that as we collaborate and talk among each other, and in particular, as our brother and friend from the FRS is here, he will listen to us and possibly go and trace where the fire is and give us the waiver. Thank you in advance, sir. God bless you. In conclusion, it's important we know that aviation is an ecosystem, and every link on the value chain needs to be identified and these roles clearly defined. Aviation is a business of flying, and all stakeholders must join hands to see that we fly safely. One thing I notice whenever I enter an aircraft, both to big men, small men, the moment the airplane takes off, everybody is looking at the time. We want to land. At that level, I'm CFO, I'm CEO, I'm poor and rich, does not matter. We all have common ground. And so whatever we are doing as major stakeholders that is not contributing to safety in the air is everything else but aviation. And we cannot afford to go that round. The need for collaboration is very key in aviation development and safety management. And like I told us earlier, today we are privileged to have NCS as Nigerian Customs Service and the FRS in our midst to listen to us and solve the problem they can solve here. And the one they cannot solve here, they will take it to their CEOs and find a way to help us. We request that we should open to objective engagement, that we change our mindset when necessary on better ways of doing things. We are here today talking with CFOs and customs and FRS. I want to let you know that engagement and collaboration is one of the driving force of NCA. Of course, for the CFO, this is the second in the series, and it's a very good one. And by God's grace, NCA will try to sustain it. But apart from meeting with CFOs, the other engagements the authority is having with other stakeholders. At several times, it does have engagement with pilots and engineers. At several times, CFOs are engaged. CEOs are engaged by the authority. And even recently, you must have noticed that our Consumer Protection Department, or Directorate rather, now take the engagement or collaboration effort to the airports to talk with the flying public. They are stakeholders, and they must be identified and managed. And why are we doing that? We are doing that to educate them. Let them know they are right. Let them know how to do the right thing. Let them contribute their own quota to safety. Recently, we have a case of Kwan 1 out of lack of education. Before we conclude that case, Kwan 2 came up. And NCA said, look, there must be no more Kwans. Am I communicating? There must be no more what? No more Kwans. And that is why these engagements are going on. Why is engagement important? Permit me to tell you a story of what happened. Last story in Benue State. The vulcanizers, they form an association. Vulcanizers. Many of you do not pump tires, so you may not even know them. People that pump tires or patch your tires. And government refused to recognize them. They make effort, but government refused to recognize them. And one particular day, they took a decision. Vulcanizers went on strike. Have you heard that anywhere before? It may look funny, but for 1 week, if your tire puncture, you stay at home. They were looking for their head to beg them to return to work. Even government motto, once the tire puncture or bust, they stay at home. As simple and as small as they are, government felt that they are not necessary. But the government started looking for them when they discover their role and their function. And that is the essence of collaboration. And my question is, why should we wait until it becomes a problem before we hurry to get the solution? Why are we not proactive just to listen to these people? Vulcanizers of all people, as little as we think they are, eventually they were caught together, collaborate, and work started. And everybody knew the role of vulcanizing. It's not even like our time today that you can have an electric pump in your car, that if your tire goes down, you connect it pumps. There was none that time. That was many years ago, over 20 to 30 years ago. But I remember, I know the story that time. Recently, an honorable minister, senator of the Federal Republic, made a very heavy allegation that all our pilots take marijuana. Captain, is that true? Definitely no. And that created a lot of confusion in the media. And that tells us the need for collaboration and education. As literate as we are in one field, we are still completely illiterate in many fields. And that is the reason that collaboration must not continue. It is our belief and hope that at the end of this symposium, we will be better informed on the best way of doing things. We'll be better informed of our responsibilities. We'll be better informed of what we need to do to position the industry more correctly. I will round up with this story I told my people in the last summit. I am repeating the story because many people that are here today were not part of that program. And it is important that we need to know the importance of collaboration. There was this big man, you know, another big man now, they sit at the back and the drivers drive there and they will give order from the back. It's not your own type, you are more civil. He was traveling from Lagos to Owerri in Imo State. And as early as 5:30 a.m., they have taken off. The driver is the type that wants to eat along the road as he's going. The Oga is the type that once he takes a cup of tea in the morning, he can keep it in the evening. So as they were driving and going along, they got to Benin. The driver got to a nearby eatery and slowed down, thinking that the man at the back will signal him and let him eat. The man didn't do that. He was still pressing his phones and making calls. The guy kept driving. He got to Umunede, all those food joints there, Akpo, Amala, and all that. He slowed down again, thinking the man will say, "Oh God, I think we need to eat." But he didn't do that. And he kept driving until eventually, if you are away from that road, there's a bridge linking Asaba to Onitsha. If you are familiar with that, say hi. Very good. So when he got to the bridge, at that point, the driver could not keep quiet again. And then he asked the man at the back, say, "Oga, I can see two bridges. Which one should I follow?" And the man immediately threw his newspaper on the chair and said, "Stop, what are you talking about?" He said, "Oga, I see two bridges. I don't know the one to follow." And, okay, turn, say, "What do we do now?" "Yeah, turn, let us go back to Asaba." The driver turned and went back to Asaba. The man fed him very well, and they continued driving. When they got to the bridge, the man asked him, say, "How many bridges are you seeing now?" He said, "Oga, I can see only one bridge now." And my question that day was, thank God this is on the ground. How will the situation look like if, as we are landing at the airport, the pilot reported to us that he's seen two runway? That is a disaster. And may that not happen. And that is why we must need to talk to each other. It's why we need to collaborate. That is why we must see things as one and continue as one. Thank you very much for your attention, and God bless everyone. I want to appeal that if your logo is not here, it's an omission. Kindly let me know, and we'll update it next time. God bless you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much indeed. ChukwuAirline.com's logo is not there. And I think you need to update that very quickly before you be taking up on that. Having said this very quickly, I think the delivery was succinct. He didn't bore us without his usual stories. But the stories were straight to the point, and we're just trying to digest what we had been fed with. For me, when you retire, I have Benue State University's Vice Chancellor's number. You have to go and add value to the faculty there. He is a teacher, an accountant, a financial manager, and a very good man. A round of applause for Mr. Gordon Ahmed, General Manager at the Directorate of Finance and Account. The last time he spoke to us at Ikeja, he was still a Deputy General Manager. Today he's speaking with the full rank of a General Manager. Please, one more round of applause. We have with us our critical stakeholders. This message is to all the stakeholders that are here. And I know that we are here in our numbers. Aside from the members of the fourth estate of the realm, the LAC members who are here. I know the airlines are here in their numbers. We have Arik Air, ValueJet, Aero Contractors, Avitech, Onza Air, Donia Aviation. We also have Max Air, ExyJet, Air Peace, Our, Omni Blue, ChukwuAirlines.com. It is my pleasure that we appreciate this lecture one more time. The time now is for our group photograph. Immediately after the group photograph, we come for a tea break. That is the program. The DG, sir. If you just walk out there, you lead the members of the high table out there. The airlines and our critical partners, you join them there. Aero contractors, you go there. Are you hearing me, sir? You have to go there. Nobody will be taking the group photograph from inside. We are going to do it from the outside. Is that? Yes, thank you very much. The DG, sir. Immediately after the group photograph, just come back to your seat. Let us take the tea break. Please, very quickly. We have 5 minutes to do this. Then the next lecture, just begin to prepare. Because we are going to manage our time very responsibly. Let us start going outside, please, for the group photograph. Ahmed, thank you. Thank you. Please, let us just go outside for the group photograph. Please. We are going to break. The first group photograph will be between our management there and the airlines. Management at the airlines particularly, principally. And the airlines only. The airline representatives first. Excuse me, sir. Please, I said the first is airlines to join them there. Airlines. Really difficult, just simple thing. Howard, join. The airlines only. Airline representatives. Some people can sit at the back of some people. Come, remove this thing. Hello, remove that FIRS. Yes. Please, photographer. I am so excited. Thank you very much. Can we, the high table, please? Able to help us commission this ministry. The tea break is now. Where are my ushers? All right. Members of the high table will be commissioning the tea break. Let me announce the protocol. Incidentally, hello sir, just walk in there. Just walk in there. The tea break we are taking, just walk in there. There are some people to assist you. Just walk in there, sir. If you're a member of the high table, open the door there. All right. Can you join them, please? This table. Hello. Join them. Join. Thank you. I like people like you. You don't eat in the mornings. You don't even eat in the evening. A meal a day. That is why the policies are. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm going to be taking it in little strides. Because the environment we are supposed to go for the tea break is very wide. As wide as can take only 3 persons at a time. What is happening there? Come, these individuals, you have to keep a faith. You can see that we are managing responsibility, dealing with China. But this is part of the thing. I'm the director of the police. Director of police, allow these children to be there. You are so many things. One person does not need to give them here, all of that. I don't know why someone should stay here less than one hour. You can be recording this because they are going to record it. We have not started releasing this now. It's collaboration. Plus, there is a high level of collaboration in the eating. If you don't manage the space, we will be challenged for. This table have gone back. All of that table. Hello. Go for. This table. Please. Limited time allowed here. Very limited time. not a combine. What is it? Sitcom. This is sitcom. What for a sitcom? Tea people be faster. Tea. Tea is where we are having problems. I don't know whether one person. Let somebody pour hot water. That person dropping the tea and then they be leaving. I don't. I have corrected that in several. Can't you put the idea? Where's Messi? Why is this person still standing here doing? Give him that thing. The lady has been standing and they're watching her. Hold on, let her come. Sorry. Can we be going, please? If you are sitting inside, if you are not giving you the living, hello, extra. If you don't have anything that you need at home, things that they place not good for you. Tunde, I know one case. Make when I live here. Go, 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 go. No, go, go. All right. Of course, later. This is the longest tea break I've seen since I was born. Is there any table that is still awaiting trial? Shinedu, and your colleague, are you not benefiting? Hi. Sinners are supple. All right, I know about them. I know about them very well. All right. How many persons remaining here? Please, can you escape? Can you escape, please, if you have... Skipo. Escape. Thank you very much. If you have not taken tea, can I see your hand up? Assuming you are here and you have not taken tea. Ushers, can you take tea? The digital men. I think we are getting to a close on this. The digital, we don't need to waste more time. We have got to a point where we can continue. Why? Thank you very much, and thank you very much indeed. We move swiftly today. We continue the program right now. We have spent 1 hour 28 minutes to attend to tea break. Very, very uncomfortable. So go to your seat, please, and sit down very comfortably. Let us go back to business. There is an opportunity for you to be multitasking. You can be eating and listening. Mr. Grant, am I correct? It's a possibility. So we now go to the second keynote speech. We've listened to the first keynote speech from Mr. Godwin Ame. He did so well. The second keynote speech is coming in good time. The only thing I've asked to inform is that after the first keynote speech, the subsequent speeches are going to be a breeze. Mr. Grant, how are you with me? Thank you very much, sir. I believe you, I trust you, I know you know how to manage time. Now, we're going to be discussing physical turbulence. We are in the airline industry. Aviation is our business. We are going to be discussing physical turbulence. Physical is not P-Y-H-Y. We are talking about F-I-S-C-A-L. Physical turbulence. If you have been in an aircraft and it encounters weather, you will readily connect with what turbulence is all about. I know in life, Captain Donald Spiff, the Dot, while flying all over the world, has encountered over 2,000 turbulence cases. And he came out strong here, which is management of turbulence. We are going to be discussing physical turbulence as it pertains to resource issues. Why enabling Nigerian Airlines is essential to growing the tax base. With a round of applause, let's make welcome Mr. Charles Grant. He is of Aero Contractors, and Aero Contractors is the longest living airline in Nigeria. So when you discuss turbulence, you are discussing from the point of knowledge. And he has been asked by the DG to make this talk very... Tea break took 1 hour, 28 minutes, 35 seconds. And now we have eaten into our time. Please abridge. Thank you. God bless you.
Good morning, everyone. Director DG, the DG NCA, represented by the ABLE, Director of Operations, Licensing and Training, Captain Donald Spiff, Director, Finance and Accounts, NCA, Mr. Olufemi Odukoya, my brother from FIRS, Mr. Diamond Tietie, and my newfound brother from Nigerian Customs Service, Mr. Joseph Atile, distinguished colleagues all here present. I thank you all. For me, this is quite an honor to be standing here today addressing all of you. I often tell Godwin Ame that I'm one of his pupils because when I speak publicly, I speak from the heart and I speak on reflex. But for today, I'm going to take a different approach. I prepared a speech to guide the presentation just to ensure that no points are missed, and as Captain Spiff has requested, that we stick to time so I don't overrun. So bear with me. Thank you. Aviation Sorry, let me just get this back to where we're supposed to begin from. And yes, so I will be presenting today on the concept of fiscal turbulence, why enabling Nigerian Airlines is essential to growing the tax base. Aviation isn't a luxury. It's a platform for commerce, trade, and integration. Presently, the Nigerian aviation sector lags behind its peers and persistently struggles to survive. One cannot tax what does not survive. This presentation is not about exemptions or special pleading. It's about creating conditions that allow airlines to grow into reliable contributors to the tax base. My goal today is to reveal what is and paint a picture of what could be through strategic collaborations. My hope is that we will leave here today with a clear vision of how to unlock the critical function of aviation as a tool for economic development, while maximizing the aviation industry's fiscal revenue generating potential. Let me start with a simple idea. You have to enable before you extract. Aviation is not just a revenue line. It's a complex, capital-intensive sector that connects people, moves goods, drives tourism, enables investments, and ultimately grows the economy. But in Nigeria today, we're seeing a different approach, one where we try to tax more while supporting less. The outcome, airlines are struggling, routes are shrinking, passenger volumes are down, and ironically, the tax base we're trying to grow is getting smaller. My appeal is not about avoiding tax. It's about growing the pie first so we all get more in the long run. Because in aviation, just like agriculture or power, you cannot extract what you have not enabled. And that's the lens through which I would like for us to look at the rest of this presentation. Here's what the numbers are telling us. Nigeria's domestic passenger volumes have declined by about 3% since 2022. It may not sound dramatic, but in a country with over 200 million people and rising travel demand, that signals a sector that's underperforming its potential. This isn't about demand drying up, it's about demand being suppressed. Nigerians want to fly. Our cities are far apart, the roads are long, and in many cases, unsafe. Aviation should be expanding. But when ticket prices surge, fiscal charges multiply, and airlines costs keep rising, passengers are priced out or pushed out. Now contrast that with what we're seeing in peer countries like Kenya, Egypt, and South Africa, each showing consistent growth in domestic traffic. Flat performance in a rising market is a red flag. The issue isn't demand. It's a misalignment between aviation realities and how fiscal policy is being applied. We're seeing fragmented decisions, limited coordination, and policies that weren't built with airline economics in mind. If that continues, we won't just lose passengers. We'll lose jobs, tax potential, and our place in the region's aviation future. Because when aviation stalls, so does the broader economic momentum. One of the most ironic dynamics in West African aviation today is this. Nigerian demand is thriving, just not on Nigerian carriers. Airlines like ASky, Rwanda, Air Cote d'Ivoire, and Africa World Airlines have built viable business models around Nigerian traffic. They've turned Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt into core nodes in their regional networks, not because of bilateral planning, but because the market has allowed it. ASky, for example, operates multiple daily flights into Nigeria from Togo. In some cases, more flights into Nigeria than Nigerian airlines operate to themselves. Ethiopian Airlines has nearly unlimited access and high dependence on Nigerian traffic. The same is true for Africa World and ASky. This is not a coincidence. It's opportunity extraction. But this isn't just commercial competition. It's strategic leakage. The jobs, maintenance contracts, trainings, bookings, and forex flows linked to these operations are all occurring outside Nigeria's borders, even though the demand is ours. We're not asking for protectionism. We're asking for a level playing field, one where Nigerian airlines have the tools and support to compete effectively using Nigerian demand, because our policies should be enabling local growth, not underwriting foreign expansion. This slide shows one of the clearest signs of imbalance in our international aviation footprint. Nigeria has the largest population and one of the highest GDPs per capita amongst the countries shown here. And yet, Air Peace, our largest carrier, only serves 9 international destinations, while ASky, based in Togo, a country of just 10 million people, serves 29 destinations. Rwanda, country of 14 million, serves 20. And Ethiopia Air connects to over 130 destinations globally. This isn't about capacity or ambition. It's about constraints built into the system. International demand to and from Nigeria is strong, but Nigerian carriers are increasingly becoming spectators. Foreign airlines dominate the market, some fly into Nigeria daily or even double daily. Our carriers, by contrast, struggle to maintain frequencies, access aircraft, or break through regulatory and bilateral bottlenecks. It's not just about flag presence, it's about economic opportunity. Every underserved route is a missed chance to earn foreign exchange. Every lost frequency is a lost job in ground handling, catering, maintenance, tax revenue, and the like. Every limited footprint reduces our regional leverage. So the question isn't, why aren't Nigerian airlines flying more? It's how are we making it harder for them to compete? Until we address that, this imbalance won't just persist. It will deepen, and the cost won't just be commercial. It will be strategic. Let's break down the cost landscape facing Nigerian airlines today. There's a long list of fiscal charges. I will not bore you with them as they're all projected on the screen for you to see. These aren't isolated costs. They stack on top of each other, eating into all the already thin margins. The result, airlines can't fully pass these costs on to passengers without sacrificing demand. So they absorb the difference to the best of their abilities. Route networks shrink, aircraft utilization falls, maintenance gets delayed, staff go unpaid, it becomes a vicious cycle. And while local carriers bend under their weight, foreign airlines operate under different terms, often with diplomatic leverage and tax arrangements that give them a cost advantage. The playing field isn't just uneven, it's tilted against local operators. If we want Nigerian airlines to survive, let alone compete, we have to rewire the cost architecture. Let's take a clear-eyed look at the Tax Act and how it's affecting aviation. First, the zero VAT status for international travel is gone. That alone makes Nigerian carriers less competitive, and it contradicts what most aviation-forward countries are doing. Second, the Act uses vague language around what counts as taxable supply. Without clarity, airlines are left guessing. Will leases now attract VAT, spares, maintenance contracts? Uncertainties like this creates risk, and risk drives up cost. But perhaps more frustratingly, we're still seeing customs delays and enforcement actions where valid waivers exist. Operators spend weeks trying to clear critical parts, often at AOG status, because field officers disregard the waivers or interpret it inconsistently. They aren't just process issues, they are systemic issues. What the industry sees is a fiscal posture that feels extractive, not enabling. And when you extract from a sector that is already on its knees, you don't raise revenue, you accelerate the decline. Nigerian carriers are financially overstretched, and the reasons are structural, not just cyclical. Their revenue is in Naira, but nearly every cost input is FX-based. Most airlines rely on foreign MROs for major checks. That means FX must be sent offshore in advance. There's no local buffer, as the few existing MROs rely heavily on imported inputs and expatriate support. Add to that high double-digit local interest rates, limited forex access, multiple taxes and levies piled onto each ticket. Airlines are caught in a vicious cycle. Raise fares to survive, and demand suffers. Keep fares low, and the losses mount. This is a structural margin trap. Even strong management can't outfly these headwinds unless we address the root causes, especially the foreign maintenance dependence. We're not building resilience. We're just delaying the inevitable. One of the clearest signs that the system requires intervention is the number of aircraft we have in service. Today, most Nigerian airlines operate with just an average of 4 to 6 active aircraft, despite national demand. That's not a choice. It's the result of punitive economics. High maintenance costs, delayed parts due to bureaucratic bottlenecks, dollar-based leases in a system with a volatile FX market. It all adds up to grounded aircraft and thin operations. And when aircraft are unavailable, we get the obvious knock-on effects: delays, cancellations, mixed connections, poor customer service, and a public that loses confidence in flying local carriers. The industry can't grow when the system punishes scale and availability. Until we fix these inputs, we'll keep getting the same output: unreliable service, lost jobs, and eroded national competitiveness. The challenges facing Nigerian airlines aren't just commercial, they are also structural. Operators face a plethora of charges, all layered on the tickets, some federal, some state, some agency-specific. It's fragmented, duplicative, and regressive. On top of that, we're heavily dependent on foreign suppliers for aircraft parts, toolings, and maintenance inputs. And there are no viable local substitutes. That means we're exposed to FX volatility, delays in charges on every single component. Airlines abroad, they buy parts in country and get them the same day. In Nigeria, this could take weeks, and by the time they arrive, they could accrue an additional 40% cost from customs duties, shipping, and clearance costs. This isn't about poor management. It's about an uncompetitive operating structure that drains margins and erodes resilience. No airline can be profitable when the system is designed to make them bleed. We need structural reform, not just survival strategies. The reintroduction of VAT on airline tickets, spares, and aircraft is a clear step backwards. It contradicts global aviation norms. ICAO Doc 8632 and IATA both recommend zero-rating aviation inputs. And our regional peers, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, and the like, have all exempted these costs. VAT on aviation is not just a financial burden. It sends the wrong signal to investors, passengers, and partners. It shrinks demand, slows growth, and widens our competitive gap. ICAO and the Airports Council International caution that taxes uniquely imposed on aviation reduce national welfare by making travel costlier, shrinking volumes, and ultimately collecting less revenue than expected. This is not just a tax, it's a strategic miscalculation. If we want to grow our aviation sector, VAT should not be part of the policy mix. There's a fiscal illusion we need to confront. The idea the more taxes on aviation will automatically result in more government revenue. But in practice, it does the opposite. When we increase taxes and charges in a high-cost environment, airlines respond by cutting routes, reducing frequencies, and grounding aircraft altogether. As traffic shrinks, so does the revenue base. Fewer tickets sold, less VAT. Less fuel uplifted, fewer handling jobs, less catering. The entire ecosystem contracts. And who steps in? Foreign carriers. They feel the demand, but they are not taxed the same way. Worse, they repatriate their earnings. So the fiscal benefit leaks out of the system. If the goal is revenue, then the approach must be growth-oriented. According to a recent article by the Airports Council International, globally, aviation taxes generate $90 billion, but suppress $183 billion in broader economic activity. That's a $93 billion drag on global growth, a cautionary tale we must heed locally. You don't tax a struggling engine into high performance, you fuel it. Nigeria sits at the heart of West Africa. We have the population, the location, the demand, but we are missing in action when it comes to intra-Africa connectivity. Who's filling that gap? It's not Nigerian airlines, it's regional carriers expanding aggressively into our market. Why? Because their governments have enabled them through funding, fleet support, and strategic route development. They've built capacity to connect African cities, and they are thriving off Nigerian demand. We're not losing traffic, we are ceding market share. By under-supporting our own carriers, we've outsourced regional growth to others. That's a strategic loss, not just a commercial one. The intent behind custom waivers for aircraft parts is sound. Support safety, reduce cost pressure, and keep aircraft flying. But in practice, it's not working. Airlines still face weeks of delays getting essential spares cleared. Even items with valid waivers are held up to policy ambiguity and arbitrary charges. The result, AOG. Literally, the aircrafts are on ground. Waiting for a part stuck at the port, schedule disruptions, revenue loss, strained passenger confidence, and in rare occasions, risky decisions under pressure. Worse, The cash flow impact is brutal. Airlines are forced to pay duties up front, then chase refunds later, tying up scarce working capital. This isn't just inefficiency. It's a structural threat to operations and safety. The shutdown of a Nigerian airline doesn't just affect passengers. It has deep economic and strategic costs. Each aircraft grounded means roughly 100 direct jobs lost from flight crew and to engineers, and as many as 300 indirect jobs such as catering, fueling, handling, tourism, and the like. Beyond that, we lose route connectivity, reduce competition, and forfeit tax revenue. Tourism suffers. Local suppliers are left with unpaid invoices. Skilled workers migrate, and once an airline exits the market, it's much harder and more expensive to rebuild that capacity. To investors, such shutdowns signal an increased risk profile, which not only increases their required hurdle rates beyond financial viability, it also hinders Nigerian carriers' ability to source aircraft on competitive terms. Every shutdown is a hit to employment, a hit to tax revenue, and a hit to national capability. We simply cannot afford to normalize this cycle of collapse. Let's talk about what the global data shows. Tourism and aviation taxes often backfire. As earlier mentioned, passenger taxes generate around 90 billion in government revenue, but cost the world 183 billion in lost GDP. That's a net global loss of 93 billion annually. In other words, taxation that shrinks demand is self-defeating. The most competitive countries understand this. They reduce these taxes, not because they're soft, but because they want to grow their economies. If tourism must be taxed, do it where the economic activity happens, at the hotels, at the restaurants, in entertainment, not the very enabler of the travel. And even then, aviation-conscious nations reinvest part of those proceeds to expand aviation and tourism infrastructure. The goal shouldn't be to slice the shrinking pie thinner. It should be to grow the pie bigger. Nigeria's current fiscal posture toward aviation is not just burdensome. It's also out of step with global aviation norms. Under ICAO guidelines, member states are expected to avoid taxing air transport inputs in a way that distorts access or discourages growth. That's why in most aviation ecosystems, inputs like spare parts, maintenance, and fuel are zero rated. When we violate this principle, we're not just hurting our carriers, we're risking trade parity and bilateral reciprocity. Foreign governments may choose to respond in kind. That's a real diplomatic cost we cannot afford. The countries winning in aviation, Ethiopia, Rwanda, the UAE, to mention a few, are those that see aviation as a growth engine and align their fiscal policies accordingly. If Nigeria wants to lead in aviation, we must realign. That means zero rating aviation inputs, enforcing waivers, and removing the fiscal drag that is stifling growth and eroding our competitiveness. Compliance here is not symbolic, it's strategic. Aviation isn't a drain, it's an engine, and it's one we continue to stall through policy and structural choices. Despite being Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria's aviation output lags significantly. With only 38 serviceable aircraft, our active fleet is smaller than Kenya's and dwarfed by Ethiopia's 144 aircraft. That matters because each aircraft is a job creator. Using IATA benchmarks, that fleet should support over 15,000 jobs, and it does. By now, look at the earnings per aircraft. While Ethiopia Airlines brings in $48 million per plane, Nigeria's estimate is as low as 10. This is not a capacity issue. It's a utilization and policy challenge. The economic footprint is clear. Ethiopia supports nearly 58,000 jobs. Kenya Air supports 14,000, nearly equal to Nigeria, but with fewer population. And countries like Egypt and Rwanda, with far smaller populations, still generate more per plane and employ more people proportionally. Meanwhile, Nigeria's aviation sector employs just 0.01% of the workforce, far below global norms and the continental average. And for context, the global average is 2.5%. According to Oxford Economics, air transport supported 8.1 million jobs in Africa in 2023 and contributed 75 billion to GDP. That's 1 in every 61 jobs. Other countries recognize this. Ethiopia, Kenya, and Rwanda treat aviation as infrastructure, not a luxury. If we want revenue, jobs, and GDP to grow, we must enable the system that delivers them, because aviation is not a fiscal burden, it's a multiplier. Let's look at our peers, Ethiopia and Rwanda. They made aviation a national priority, offering sovereign support and treating it like infrastructure. That was not a novel approach. They saw the studies, implemented the findings, and now they reap the rewards. For example, studies show that one new long-haul route can inject $50 million into an economy. Bano and Rendondi's research showed that FDI in a city can grow by 33% within 2 years of launching a new route, increasing passenger volumes and expanding GDP. And lastly, Oxford Economics research showed that a 10% increase in air connectivity leads to a 4.7% rise in FDI and a 0.5% lift in GDP. That's the multiplier effect we're trying to unlock. Strategic support isn't a subsidy, it's a catalyst. We're not here asking for handouts. We're asking for policies that enable Nigerian aviation to thrive. Here are 5 priority actions we believe will make a real difference. 1, reintroduce the VAT exemptions that airlines previously enjoyed. This was never a loophole. It was a strategic lever to keep fares affordable and airlines viable. 2, enforce custom waivers consistently, especially for aircraft parts and AOG spares. Today, delays and inconsistent application are grounding aircraft that should be flying. 3, eliminate tax on tax loops, where VAT is charged on ticket sales tax and other levies. This compounds costs and inflates fares without improving revenue. 4, streamline fiscal charges across tiers of government. The layering of federal, state, and airport authority charges needs harmonization. And 5, create a national aviation growth framework, a coordinated plan across ministries, the CAA, customs, and the finance to align aviation policy with industrial and economic goals. These are not just airline issues. These are economic competitiveness issues. The cost of inaction is high, but the upside of reform is even higher. So where do we go from here? The goal isn't to eliminate taxation. The goal is to enable growth that multiplies the tax base. That means creating policies that make it easier for Nigerian airlines to survive and compete. It means reducing cost pressures, accelerating customs clearance, and restoring VAT exemptions where they make strategic sense. Countries that have done this well didn't lose revenue. They grew it by unlocking traffic, attracting investment, and becoming aviation hubs. We have that same opportunity, but we need to shift our posture from fiscal extraction to strategic enablement. Because when aviation grows, so does tourism, trade, employment, and logistics. That's a fiscal win-win. Enable first, grow the pie, then extract sustainably. We're not asking to be shielded. We're asking to be seen. Aviation isn't just a business. It's a strategic enabler of national resilience. When Emirates pulled out, we all saw the disruption. When Qatar faced a blockade, we saw airspace become a weapon. When our own airlines collapse, it's not just the passengers that lose. It's tourism, trade, tax revenue, and sovereign capability. Aviation is infrastructure. It's national security. It's our bridge to investment, jobs, and growth. So the ask is simple. Enable us to survive so we can help you grow the tax base. That's the win-win. Thank you.
Can we have the light, please? The light, so that I can see the mouth of the people I'm talking to. I want to be seeing their mouth. Well, it's a pleasure having you here, and I think the delivery is also pleasurable. Each of the speakers did a very well-researched work to deliver specifically what he has been asked to do. And I know that what Mr. Charles Grant did here is dealing with the physical turbulence. Your presentation was even turbulent because you created fear in the minds of people. While you are speaking, there was some palpable fears in the mind of the airlines, in the minds of many stakeholders. And there cannot be anything to say better than to say there was turbulence. But the issue is that you landed successfully. Enabling us, aviation enables us to survive, and we will help you grow the tax base. So we landed safely. Thank you, Mr. A round of applause for him, please. We are not done yet for today. We are still moving. Today I'm going to be introducing another compatriot, a Nigerian, and a lady who will be helping me to do justice to some of the things we have come here to do. Let me invite Mercy to introduce our next discussant. Mercy, please graciously come here and be merciful. Mercy Adeki. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my mentor. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's such a delight to be here to introduce the next speaker, the next keynote speaker. Kindly permit me to introduce myself subsequently. Very quickly, our next speaker will be speaking to us on harmonized approach to optimal revenue framework and aviation sector growth. See, this is very important for all the airlines represented here. I recall that the last summit we had in February, the aim was that the part of what the take home we got from there is that the airlines want to hear from this sector so that we can see how better we can grow this aviation sector. So our next speaker is the Assistant Controller for Tariff and Trade Department, Nigerian Customs Service, and he will be speaking to us for the next 30 minutes. And please, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Mr. Joseph Atile. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
How is the control? Is it here? Okay. Okay. The DG NCA, may you permit me to sit on existing protocol already established? And let me start by saying, when you attend this kind of event, and at the end of the day, you are not the first person to speak. You hear other speakers speak in such a way that you start checking how will I do my own, how will I put my own through. And to add to it, when the speakers reflected or tried to hit you below the bed, it becomes more problematic. Well, we know as tax collectors, right from time immemorial, we know nobody loves us, nobody adores us. But the Nigerian Reformed Tax Act of 2025 that was signed into law by the president make it easier for us, meaning the content of that act that gave us 4 beautiful B's in the words of President Donald Trump of America. We make it impossible for the taxpayer to pay the taxes and not go home jubilating, not go home clapping his hands and celebrating, even going to church to give thanks to God. I will, in a short while, I will show you why. The topic for today, and before I even go into it, you know, the government needs money for development, and a tax or the tax system is a major component of what the government get and pay out or service its own debt and other financial commitments. But we have a problem here. That is, those of us that came from academics, we say statement of the problem. The statement of the problem is that the relative contribution of tax revenue to national GDP has always been what? Very, very low compared to other climes or countries. We've been hovering around 3%, 6%. I think recently, that was 2024, the last year. In last year, we had about 13.5%, but I know, I'm an economist, it was the best. That did not reflect a reality. But we are working towards achieving 18% in the next 3 years. So, my presentation is not about telling us that the government is going to reduce the number of taxes or the tax rate. The government of the day is going to deepen the collection of the taxes, but at the same time, making it possible for the taxpayer to go home happy. It won't interfere with their operations. It won't interfere with what they wanted to achieve, their employment level and whatever. And we should have at the back of our mind too, that it is not just the tax or the tax system that determine the sources of sectors like aviation. Aviation is quite a very complex sector, we know. Thank God he enumerated most of them. A harmonized approach to optimal revenue framework and aviation sector. This is the outline. I'm giving maybe 30 minutes, so I shouldn't be going through it. But this is what I have. The federal government of Nigeria has implemented a comprehensive tax reform initiative aimed at driving economic growth, boosting revenue generation, strengthening tax compliance, improving the business environment, enhancing effective tax administration across the different levels of government, and aligning the Nigerian tax system with global best practices across key sectors of the economy, of which the aviation sector is very, very prime. These reforms led to the signing into law the 4 beautiful B's which I mentioned the other time: the Nigerian Tax Act, NTA, the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, NTA, the Nigerian Revenue Service Act, and the Joint Revenue Board Act, JRBA, on this date, 26th of June, which introduces significant changes to existing tax laws with implication for the aviation sector and other sectors too. The paper explores how a harmonized approach to optimal revenue framework in place will lead to growth in the aviation sector. Legal framework, you know, we have the 4 tax which I mentioned. Then, if you look at last two, ECOWAS CET 2022 to 2027, we should have at the back of our mind that customs, FIRS, are implementers of what? Fiscal policies, trade policies. We don't formulate those laws. The laws are formulated and they are acts of the parliament assented to by the president. So us is what to implement. So when you are talking of duty rate, when you are talking of waivers, don't mention customs. You mention the relevant agencies, the relevant ministries that are concerned. And I keep saying, waivers do come with conditionalities, which we know. We have freed of taxes, over 1,000 taxes in Nigeria until the coming into effect or the signing of these beautiful bills. We had freed of taxes. So even waivers has conditions stated therein. So if your waiver did not carry all the taxes, normally they will list the number of taxes that you are exempted from paying. It's a concession. And these are temporary issues. So if they are not mentioned there, and customs discovered that a particular tax is not mentioned, clearly mentioned, assigned by the Minister of Finance, they will ask you to pay for it. That is what is happening to the 4% FOB. Because most of the waivers did not reflect it. If you check, practically you won't see it. Then, NCS Act, particularly Section 4C, I was mentioning that ours is to what? Implement fiscal policies, trade policies. If you go to NCS Act, it's online, Section 4C, you see we are responsible for the what? Implementation of these policies, not to formulate them. We don't formulate any law in Nigeria. Then Section 29, the stakeholders engagement that we are having here. So that's why I deliberately put it. It is very, very handy. Like I was telling him, most of what he's saying, I'm going to codify it into a booklet. I will take it to the Comptroller General of Customs. They are very relevant. If we are all Nigerians, if it warrant us coming together to form a lobby group to go to National Assembly and repeal some of these provisions, we will do so. But it is not under customs and powers. You people have the powers. You have lobby group within your organizations. These laws did not come overnight. They pass through a process. Stakeholders sensitization programs were done. I don't know why, to be frank, how some of them pass through. So, but you know, it can't be repealed. Then, overview of a harmonized approach to optimal revenue framework. A harmonized approach to optimal revenue framework involves coordinating policies and administration across different government levels or countries to simplify compliance, reduce duplication, standardize and maximize overall revenue collection. This can be achieved through strategies like unifying fragmented tax laws, promoting consistency, resolving overlaps, implementing shared digital systems, and establishing joint bodies to oversee policy and administration. This is what we are talking about. Before the signing into law, what current, we are yet to implement it. It is going to, that are going to be implemented come January 1st, 2026. What we have currently is still the current or existing laws. We have more than 80 different tax laws or provisions in Nigeria. What this Nigeria, these reviewed laws came with is what? To now bring them back to, I think they are just 10 now. From 80 to 60, they were able to what? Maneuver it to only 10. Meaning you are not, at the end of the day, we do not expect even aviation value chain stakeholders, the agencies there to be paying as much. Nigeria's harmonized approach to optimal revenue is based on the 2025 tax reform, which I said already. Key components of the harmonized revenue framework include tax law unification. You know, we are talking of fragmented taxes that time. Now, they are being unified, you know, from 60 to 10 or even less. Then we are making, the law make it very simple to understand, very simple to apply. Reduction of taxes definitely we know the number that we had before. Standardization and consistency, meaning if Lagos has 10% on a particular item, we should not have, Benue State should not have 20%. A Plateau State should not have 10% or 0%. It should be what? Equal, so that anywhere, any part of the country your company is operating, you should already know, you need this thing for planning. When you cannot predict anything, then you cannot plan, and your business is what? Doomed to fail. Harmonized administration. This makes it impossible for even the tax collectors, like the Customs Service, FIRS, to what? To work properly. Issues of even protest, issues of litigation, issues of appeals can easily be handled because already we have a standard structure in place. Technology integration, most of what we are doing, like even the VAT, we have what we call VAT fiscalization, meaning everything is automated from what? Start to finishing, so that there will be no loophole for anybody to evade payment of the taxes. Intergovernmental coordination, that is the federal to the sub-regional. They can easily, these laws make it possible for them to work, interrelate, and operate efficiently and effectively, unlike before, where federal government will have its own system, the state will have its own system, local government will have its own system. National taxpayers database, at the end of the day, because of the automation, we will easily have the national taxpayer, like from his presentation. It's only automation that will bring most of the features and attributes of what he was trying to portray to us. You can't do it manually. This is one of the take-home of the new tax order. Elimination of multiple taxation, which I mentioned. Harmonize, it was able to harmonize capital gain tax and company income tax. Before, capital gain tax was at the rate of 10%. But now, they say the amount realized from sale of an asset should move to what? The profit of a company. Then, instead of taxing it separately, they will tax the profit of a company. Benefit of harmonization. The process of the profit of that is a definition of harmonization. The process of standardizing tax policies, rates, and procedure across a jurisdiction. For what? Efficiency. For what? To avoid duplication. To avoid what? Multiple taxation. To avoid what? Jurisdictional conflicts. By doing so, it simplifies what? Compliance. That is to even the taxpayer and even to the tax collectors. They know exactly what to do. It reduces administrative burden, everything, the work flow, the procedure, the SOP is well defined, programmed. It boosts revenue because of automation. Most of the revenue leakages are blocked. Unlike if you put it manual, human interference, money will start changing hands and so many things will happen, but this one is seamless. In your house, you use your smartphone, you pay it, you are safe, do your assessment, you do everything, you send it online, so everything is integrated. It encourages investment, because everything is standardized. Particularly in aviation sector, you need what? Certainty. Most businesses don't operate under conditions of uncertainty. So this make it possible for them to plan ahead and invest appropriately. Then it promotes equity and fairness in the system. The tax laws relating to aviation sector, if it comes into two, non-residents and residents, airline companies, meaning the tax is based on what? Residents. Then on non-residents, meaning it is for non-residents, it is taxed at source. Nigerian companies engaged in airline transportation and other allied businesses are charged to tax, like every other company in Nigeria under the Nigerian Tax Act. Non-resident companies are chargeable to tax under Section 21 of NTA on the profit got from operations, wherever and whenever they carry passengers, goods, maize, livestock loaded in Nigeria and must submit monthly returns not later than 21st day of the month, including evidence of payment. No tax on items in transit and transshipped through Nigeria, meaning that they are not to be used in Nigeria, they are meant for other countries. It was condition that brought them through to Nigeria. Transit goods are meant for landlocked countries. They don't have a port. So any of their goods that reach the port here, it will be transited either by road or by rail to wherever they want to go. So they are not Nigerian goods, so they are not taxed, even though they came by air. Must submit an annual financial statement or gross revenue statement of Nigerian operations to NRS, meaning that is for the non-residents airlines. Then for residents airline companies and allied companies that are chargeable to taxes, then Nigerian company under Section 105, that was the definition it gave, but the expanded one was given by the current NTA, which says any company formed, registered, or incorporated under any law in Nigeria, whose central place of management or control is Nigeria, whose effective place of management or control is Nigeria, is termed a Nigerian airline. Rate of tax, it is now being classified under 2. Small, when a company is operating within 50 million or less, to promote small businesses, it starts at 0. That was why I was telling you that the law has human face. Look at 0% there on a company that is operating with just 50 million or below. Then others that are being taxed at what? 30% and may be reduced to 25% by the president. Before then, companies were we had this classification into small, medium, and large. But the new tax act now put it under just 2, small and others, differentiated by what? Their work, the volume of output or the monetary value they acquire at a particular point in time within a fiscal year. Development levy. The NTA, the act, now consolidated. This state fund, police levy, NITDL, NASEMI, and many others, they have different tax rates attached to them. But this NTA now codified them, whatever, if it is state fund, if it is police levy, if it is whatever, you must pay at 4% instead of what? Subjecting you to different tax rates that will cause confusion because you put this one, it says 0.00, then this one 0.5, 0. By the time you start doing running your this analysis or data for tax or assessment for taxes, you start making mistakes. So it put everything at 4%. Minimum tax at 0.5, which my friend mentioned the other time, and of gross turnover is repeated and replaced with effective tax rate of what? 15%, defined as the rate produced by dividing the aggregate cover tax paid by a company for a year of assessment by the company profit. Then, capital gain tax on disposal of assets, which I said was at 10%, but now they now move that amount to the total profit to be taxed for a particular company, then at the flat rate of 30%. Relief for double taxation removes and replaces Commonwealth and relief with unilateral relief of double taxation by granting credit for foreign tax paid on income, profit, also chargeable to tax in Nigeria, to avoid what? Duplication. Companies restructuring broken down into major sale or transfer of assets that result in cessation or not. Removal of 1 year pre-merger relationship as a condition for carry forward of a tax profit, unutilized capital allowance, unrelieved losses, and transfer of credit notes shall be available for carry in the case of merger and sale or transfer of assets, which does not result in cessation, we know in aviation sector, most of them have become moribund. All these clauses apply, and they have to work. Solve it, they have to work, maximize them. Export processing zone, we know the export processing zone that has special designated areas within a country where goods are being imported, repackaged, reworked, rebranded, and put for export. So there are some conditions there too. Airline operators and their companies, they do operate. Some of them do operate under these export processing zones too. So these are the conditions. It says, profit of the entities in the zones are exempt from tax, where 100% of its sale arise from export. Where 75% arise from export, tax shall be paid on 25% sold to the country, customs territory. That is in Nigeria. That is anyone located within Nigeria here. If they export their goods to Nigeria, then these clauses will happen. Where more than 25% of sales arise from customs territory, the entire profit will be taxed. Services provided to approved entities in the zone by companies in customs territory are subject to tax. VAT, which my friend mentioned, in the Finance Act of 2020, commercial aircraft engines, spare parts and components, ticket issues and sold by commercial airlines registered in Nigeria shall pay duty and VAT. Then they were not paying. That is as of 2023 until they come into law. It is still relevant until 1st of January 2026. That is what we are going to see, which he mentioned as one of their problems. VAT and fiscalization and e-invoicing, which I mentioned, are part of the automation processes, so that everything should be online. You know, you don't just go and start changing things. Then, carbon tax. You know, airlines, most of them, they are going green now. You know, you people have to think outside the box too. You have to think of, we are talking of this fuel that is not fossil. So you should note this one too, because once you start burning fuel, that's what you call aviation fuel, BA1 something, you'll be paying by January next year, you'll be paying this 5% tax. So you people too should be thinking of how to get outside of this taxation, because the government is thinking ahead. You think ahead too. You go green with your fuel system. Before I end, I will mention the type of fuel you are supposed to use. Then the 4% FOB charge waiver on imported commercial aircraft parts. There was a waiver. There was a waiver, and the waiver did not specify FOB charge, which is a CISS, Comprehensive Import Supervision Scheme by customs and parents. This was not part of it. This is a customs and collection, so it is not part of the waiver. So you people should still go to Ministry of Finance and report customs to them that customs say this is not part of the waiver arrangement or the conditions stated in what they issued to you. Because it was not there, customs must execute it. Accelerate VAT refund from current 90 days to 30. That's if you have any refund within 30 days instead of the current one that it takes 90 days. Measure of growth in the aviation sector, very, very important. It is not just the taxes or the tax system that impact what you do. So many things come into play. Number one, passenger, cargo traffic. If I ask, do we have it in Nigeria? Do we have traffic in Nigeria? Co-passengers, real passengers. I'm not talking of forced passengers. We know why most people are flying now. We know why most people are flying, including myself. We know. We should tell ourselves, we have to speak the truth. We know why. Insecurity. So if you claim to have any passenger, maybe the passenger is increasing or decreasing, it may be factors that are not tax-based. Market size and relative share. Do Nigerian carriers have the capacity to cover everywhere, even within the country? No. we know what is happening. Relative share, we are talking, he mentioned Ethiopia, he mentioned, is it Kenya? Kenya Airline. What happened? Because they developed their capacity. In the absence of a national carrier here, do we have a big carrier? No. We all know APs is never a big carrier. By all ways, that never a big carrier. So you people should think of making Nigeria, putting Nigeria on a bigger stage. Industry revenue. The revenue accruable from your operations to total GDP of Nigeria. Is it okay? If it is not okay, is it government factors or is it your internal operations that are making it impossible for you to contribute much? Because to the government, they wanted much from you. Your revenue should be what? Some good percentage of what? The national GDP. Economic impact, contribution to GDP, which I know a presenter presented it. But it is not that we are trying to get up to 18%. Currently, we are claiming to attain 13.5, which is still a rebased. Rebased means they just updated it. They use the current year to update it to reflect economic realities. Because they are talking of new things like this AI. They are talking of some super automation, even the contribution of some other sectors that are influencing the components of what the aviation value chain is able to bring. But it is still very, very low. Then employment. We are talking of direct employment and indirect employment. Is it robust enough? No. Number of delays and cancellations. Okay. Are you people effective here? Is it the government? When you are doing, you collected people's money, then you start canceling. Somebody is at the airport, you cancel it at will. No compensation, nothing. You don't even apologize. Then, these are your problems. These are your problems. Profitability index. Are you people making profit? If you are not making profit, why? Is it taxes? No. There are other factors. More than the tax is just a small, in fact, a tax or taxation is part and parcel of any business at all. Once you set up a business, the government will not know you. By the time you register a company, if you open a beer parlor, that day they will start visiting you with papers. This one, I'm coming to check the sanitary situation here. This one will come. So you just factor in taxation in your processes. Level of modernization and adaptability. I'm talking of what? I'm talking of what? Sustainable aviation fuel. This is a green fuel. To avoid that 5% of that fossil fuel you people are burning in Nigeria next year, go for this sustainable aviation fuel. It is what? Green fuel. So you should be thinking, like I said before, out of the box too. Investment in infrastructure. It can be government, it can be private sector. You people should form a consortium. If you cannot operate as single companies, we know all Nigerian airlines, if they even combine, they cannot be like a national carrier in Kenya or Ethiopia. So just try and come and merge. Maybe you'll be a bit stronger. Instead of operating, somebody will go and maybe we will go and bring one aircraft. Then you are saying you are covering Nigeria. Then you are looking for a foreign route. When you are cancelling Abuja to Lagos on daily basis 100 times. Then you are saying, I'm going to London. I'm going to this. I'm going to Brazil. I'm going to the... Let's talk to ourselves. Let's talk to ourselves. See, that takes me to this place. Aviation sector contribution to... If you look at this data, please, one house. If you look at this data, I tried to pull this data from MBS and this IATA study from 2013 to 2024. Aviation sector contribution to national GDP. Approximated. What I have discovered, the methodology used, the sources used, the exchange rate and component differ, meaning you cannot compare 1 year or the 2023 and 2024 because the parameters will differ. And because they differ, you know, we need data for what? Planning. We need data for what? Forecasting. We need data for what? Even bank loans need solid data. So even the data you presented there, I am an economist. If I subject them, I will tell you they are wrong. Meaning anything gotten from aviation is wrong data because you cannot use it for comparison. And because you cannot compare 1 year and the other, the MD, your MD cannot come and tell me that 2024 was better than 2023 because maybe some components, some things added which were not there. Exchange rate changes from 400 or 200 to 1,500. Then you are beating your chest that I made money. You did not make anything. By the time you deflate it to make it take it to the base it and do the calculation, you know you are not even working. It's better you look for another area. Key drivers of growth in aviation sector. We have increase in tourist activities. These are the determinants of what? Growth in aviation. We have to what? Listen carefully. These are the determinants of what? Growth in aviation industry. Increase in tourist activities within a country. Do we have it in Nigeria? No. Industry-specific factors, low airfare, fleet expansion. Do we have low airfare? Is it low? Fleet expansion, which of them expanded? And say maybe political expansion. I want to go to Brazil. I want to go to Argentina. I want to go to London. When you cannot maintain your the local ones. Business cycle. No, absence of natural disasters. You know, these are things that impact. In Nigeria here, we do not even have natural disasters to affect our operations. But we have man-made disaster, which is what? Terrorist activities, kidnappers. So I was telling him that even the passenger or the level of passengers they think they are now generating or they have more is as a result of what? People fearing kidnappers on the road. People fearing bandits. So they will struggle. Somebody will go and sell his father's house before he will fly from Abuja to Lagos. That is what is happening. But under normal circumstances, he will not do it. But he's doing it because he's fearing kidnappers. He's fearing all these marauders in whatever form. So it's not your sources. It is other factors. A business cycle. In a business cycle, we have what we call boom. Boom will turn to what? Depression. Depression will turn to what? Recession. At any point in time, when an economy is experiencing a boom, that means people have money. They have disposable income. It has increased. What happened? They will start flying. But in Nigeria, which area are we? Are we in boom? Are we in depression? Are we in recession? We are under recession, in fact, minus recession. Then how did you expect us to fly? So this business cycle plays a part too. Nigeria is under depression. We don't even know when we will recover. So because we do not know when we will recover, be expecting what? Low patronage. Global level of development of economies. Are we a developed economy? Are we a underdeveloped economy? Where can you rank Nigeria? We are not developed. We are not developing. Are we underdeveloped? So if we are underdeveloped, we are not developing. Developing our Asian, all these Asian tigers that manufacture and do everything. So we are underdeveloped, and because we are underdeveloped, we will have to follow the business cycle. Then, small number of people that are to fly. Globalization, you know, integration of economies too plays a part. We are really integrating. But Nigerian-wise, we are integrating to help other economies export their products to Nigeria. Maybe the cargo, the foreign airlines that have cargo unit, that are the ones even enjoying. I don't think Nigeria has cargo. So you see, in both ways, Nigerian carriers are behind. So even this one, globalization, integration of economies, will benefit the foreign airlines that have the what? Capacity to carry cargo, not the local Nigerian airlines. New world order and partnership. You know, the Trump era. Countries are changing partnership. They are gearing up. So once you change, it affects everything to safety and regulation policy, which is your area. Smart airport and biometric. This one is at least you people can check very quick. General insecurity, which I mentioned, supply chain disruption, deliberate investment in infrastructure between the government and you people. Challenges, which you can read, what I have said, you can easily know. From here, you can know the challenges. But let me go to demography concerns. When you are looking at the structure of Nigerian population, I'm talking of in terms of wages or income, we have what? The rich and the what? And the poor. There's no middle class. If you read analysis of a patronage, it is in foreign land is being determined by what? The middle class. Did Nigeria have middle class? We did not have. We do not have. We have the rich and the poor. And before I forget, the World Bank update for Nigeria 2025, World Bank Nigerian Development Update says, what did they say? Poverty. Nigeria has 139 million citizens under what? Poverty or below poverty line. What is the population of Nigeria? 235 approximately. Then minus 139 people that are living in poverty cannot, they can't even pay for AC, a car that carry AC, because they cannot afford. So remove them. We are left with like 92 million. Out of the 92 million, we have the rich and the poor. How many rich men are there? There are less than 1%. So you see where your problems are coming from. It's the system. They are systematic. These are systemic problems. A limited number of operators, which we say poor coverage, geopolitical tension, trade wars, shortage of skilled manpower, pilot, engineers, flight attendants. I heard when they say somebody say pirates in Nigeria, they take ganja before they will climb there. So when there's no smoke without fire. When people are talking like that, there must be substance. Then you, the regulators, are you people checking those things? Because I will not talk, because something happened to me even yesterday. I was to leave Abuja by 5. They delayed one particular airline, I will not mention the name, delayed my flight till 10:11. When we boarded, from Abuja to Lagos, I think should be like 45, maximum 50 minutes. What happened? We were on air for almost 3 hours. Why? Because assuming we left on time, that 5:30 p.m., we will not experience anything, because by the time they delayed, they canceled, they rescheduled like 1, 2, 3 times. When we reached Lagos, we encountered at the airport there, they said they should not land. They were just hovering with us as if I was traveling to London. Almost 3 hours. In Lagos, I do not want to mention the airline, so that we have you people, we have a practical distance to tell. Inadequate infrastructure, multiple distance. So key challenges you can see: aging aircraft, one aircraft, non-availability and reliability of data, which I mentioned during the graph. Then this is the way forward: enhanced regulation and foresight. There should be, even from the part of government, there should be what? Consistent policy. You can't bring a financial act 2021. You say they should not pay duty, they should not pay VAT. Then the following year, they brought another finance act. The following year, another law came that they pay. After it will affect their planning too. So the government too has to work consistency in their policies. Investment in training and technology, which should be within them. Modernizing infrastructure, air traffic management, and safety culture. which is you peoples and the regulator. The regulators should ensure that it happens. Then I was talking about they should increase investment by leveraging on economies of scale through merger and acquisition, because you can't carry one airline, one aircraft and claim that you are running an airline in Nigeria. Your airline is not being run with one aircraft. Is it a car? Is it your personal car? Even in your house, you do buy a car for yourself and your wife. So it must be two. Thank you.
Give me light. Give me light. Give me light very quickly. The DJ, I'm coming, sir. I'll get back to you. I'm coming. Light, oh, please, I want to see the mouth of the people I'm talking to. Where is the light? It's just a touch of a button and the light will come on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our very esteemed Assistant Controller of Customs who came here and spoke assertively like a custom officer. You know, the custom officers from the Bible days have always been tax collectors. He collected his tax psychologically in this hall. He tried to convict everybody here. But unfortunately, we are still here. This is why we needed to, mix this grill in collaboration. We must see it from different perspectives. Are you hearing me? One of the critical things that happens is that from your own perspective, you think you're very right. Oji's Okanu felt he was very right too. When he was not correct, but he felt he was right. I want to tell you that it was also in our climb that a lady called our former DG on phone and told him the DG said, "What are you doing in aviation? The flight from Owerri today, the heat inside, if not that I opened the window, I wouldn't have made it for Lagos because of the heat inside. Now while we are coming to Lagos, it was so hot inside, no AC. I had to open the window. And that was how I made it to Lagos." It happens. Eh? No, it's not Chuku Airline. No. But the woman opened the window. She didn't know that that thing that is in the air is a balloon. That if air comes into it any small bit, it's a crash. He said, "I had to open the window at a point. DG, that's how I came in. If not the heat, I would have died." That was why you can fly for 3 hours from Abuja to Lagos and you will not land. The all things. In the air, like Ahmed said, once the aircraft takes off, people think they have spent like 1 hour, even before you make 10 minutes. And that's why they will start wishing that the aircraft is on ground even before 20 minutes. So imagine how many 20 minutes that is 1 hour. And this 20 minutes is also 1 hour. So when you fly for 1 hour, normally you have flown for 3 hours. So it is also acceptable. These are the things we are managing, and that's why we need a collaboration. Aviation is all commerce affair, and if you dump it on us. But the beautiful thing about it is that NCAA is well positioned, highly pivotal, and well intentional in ensuring that aviation in Nigeria thrives well. For years, we have not had any incident because people are keeping sleepless nights. Our former DG told us at Sheraton and announced to the whole world that NCA works for 24 hours and 7 days in a week. And because we are in a collaborative industry, when Nigeria is sleeping, America is awake. We must be conscious of what is happening in America. When Nigeria is sleeping, China is awake. We must be awake to see to ensure that what is happening in China does not impact negatively here. So, I wish people know the enormity of what we go through to keep our industry where they are. And I know that we are making progress. There is collaboration. We collaborate in idea. We collaborate in our internal professional disposition. Some people are professors in practice. And we have to also professionalize in practice. And let it be known that marijuana smokers are not allowed to climb the aircraft. Because when you take those substances, when you come for your medical examination, it will be dictated quickly. Once the thing gets into your stream and into your vein, it is not rocket science. There are equipment that will dictate it. So let it be told that the hallowed chambers of National Assembly cannot lie. But that one is not true. They don't lie. But that one they said is not true. And God will help us. The DG, sir.
Sorry, I don't want to make comments after every speaker. But my custom officer colleague here, I think it would have been very good for you to have mentioned the name of the airline that delayed that much yesterday. And I just want to let the forum here know that we've just been mandated by the federal government that we must correlate or prepare a list of all the airlines, their cancellations, and their delays. Actually, they want these figures from January 2023, 2024 to October 2025. So it can't be hidden. I think you should have mentioned the airline, but it's not too late anyway. But I do apologize. I left Abuja yesterday evening too. My flight was at 10 to 6, that is at 17:50. The airplane came a little bit late because it was stormy in Abuja yesterday evening. But after Abuja, the weather moves quite fast. You know, it comes overhead, it pours, rains, thunder, lightning, and then it moves away. And there's a pattern. The weather moves in West Africa and particularly in Nigeria. And these airlines, they have what we call the weather forecast. They have the prognosis chart, they have the meta, they have the actual weather, so they can actually tell. But if this flight you talked about had departed at the time it was supposed to depart, the weather at that time had moved out, so it shouldn't have been that bad. There might have been some chops along the route, but not too bad. So, but you did mention it, I accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, the DG. Succinctly spoken. I don't know what to add because the man who spoke to us now has over 50 years of flying. So he's not just a captain of an airline that is as young as Chukwu Airline. Chukwu Airline has flown for just about 32 years. Now, the issue is our speaker deserves our round of applause because he unearthed many things. I know that most of you heard things that you needed to hear. Go and work on it. There is an assignment given to everybody. Customs, sir. There are things you will take home from what we are saying. One of it is grant us duty waiver. Waiver. So that flight ticket will come low. Maintenance will be effective and more efficient. Add value to what we are doing because we carry you also. You cannot trek to Abuja when you want to go back. So we are making progress. One of the takeaways is your talk was inspiring and captivating, but the time was not well managed, sir. You spoke for 1 hour, 22 seconds only. And you didn't do 22 minutes, 22 seconds. So the next speaker knows. Please, sir, if you check your program, you know that what the document gave you is 30 minutes. Please manage the time given to you, and God will bless you. Can you talk to us, Mercy?
Thank you very much, sir. So thank you very much, our last speaker, for that energetic session. Very quickly, we'll be going to the next session titled Fiscal Planning, Objectives and Critical Fiscal Planning, Objectives and Critical Sector Growth, a case of aviation and air transportation. This session is very important for all airlines, and that's why we have FIRS here to speak to us. And he will be speaking to us again for 30 minutes. He's the Deputy Director and Tax Controller for Large Tax Office, Construction and Logistics for Federal Inland Revenue Service. Make welcome Mr. Diamond Teti. Thank you very much. You're very welcome, sir. Let's still give a round of applause for him as he comes to the stage. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, it's morning, okay, yeah. My
Remember to usher in your staff that will make that 5 minutes talk. Remember?
after the discussion.
Yes.
Okay, okay. My DG NCAA, people presented before me. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Diamond Teti. I'm actually standing in for the Executive Chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service. He's actually unavoidably absent because he's attending to other national assignment. Before I delve into this paper, let me also debunk some of the issues raised here by one of the speakers who talked about minimum tax, that minimum tax has been raised to 15%. That is actually not true, because minimum tax, that 15% only applies to to Nigerian companies with foreign subsidiaries, and it is a top-up tax scheme to curb base erosion and profit shifting. So I need to make that point very clear. Then again, this means that if you don't have a foreign subsidiary, it does not apply. And at the last check, we are not aware of any airline that has a foreign subsidiary. Again, I want to also clear the air that 4% development levy is a harmonization of EDT, NASENI, NTDA, and other taxes from subsidiary legislations. Again, VAT introduction is only a drop in the ocean. Input VAT restrictions have been lifted to include input VAT claims on purchase of assets. Okay? Now, the concept of taxation in Nigeria is relatively skewed in understanding to fit the wrong narrative of being burdensome. But the new tax law and fiscal reforms by Mr. President has restored the very essence of the canon of taxation. Taxpayers and aviation stakeholders alike should be forward-looking in taxation. So let me go straight to this paper, which has been probably primed for today's event. And the topic says Fiscal Planning Objective and Critical Sector Growth Model, a case of aviation and air transportation. Now, the executive summary of this report says the strategic importance of Nigerian aviation sector cannot be overemphasized, especially with pivotal relevance in tourism, trade, and regional integration, with its high operating costs, fragmented regulation, and limited local maintenance, repair, overhaul, MRO capacity. A fiscally responsible growth model should align tax policy with growth objectives, that is, route connectivity, job creation, investment, and safety, and reduce distortive levies that raise fares and depress demand, and channel tax instruments to bring in investment while safeguarding revenue. This paper outlines fiscal planning objectives and the tax-centric sector growth model, evaluates the current tax landscape, and gives concrete policy recommendations. 1. Objective of fiscal planning for aviation from a tax standpoint. it is important to state that the aviation fiscal policy must balance two objectives. One, to maximize the sector's broad economic multipliers and consequently increase government revenue. Succinctly, the objective and actionable points are stated hereunder. One, support affordability and demand growth by structurally lowering available levies that directly increase fares and reduce passenger volumes. What we're saying is that, like he said earlier, there are plethora of charges that actually increases the fare. So it's not actually the taxes. The tax is just like a slap on the wrist, because if they issue your flight ticket, you check it, you see what the ticket is all about, and you see plethora of charges that will even more than double the price of the ticket itself. So we need to work on that. Okay? Now, second is that improve investment signals, certainty, and boost infrastructural development by using favorable macroeconomic incentives to attract both foreign and local investment in aircraft leasing, locally domiciled MROs, and airport public-private partnerships. You will agree with me that airport investment is not a tea party. It's something that requires multinational, multilateral investment approach. 3, promote domestic capabilities by capacity building in specific skill set toward delivering top-notch MRO services, establishing training schools and logistic hubs. I know what I guess you both understand what I mean by logistic hubs. Okay, 4, ensure fairness and legal coherence by straightening out gray areas in the overlap between sectoral exemptions and general tax laws that produce legal disputes or double taxation. 5, protect revenue base sustainably by replacing inefficient levies with broader growth-friendly mechanisms where appropriate and improve compliance enforcement for non-resident carriers operating in Nigeria. Now, key subsisting fiscal and levy landscape currently in Nigeria. Currently, there is a statutory 5% charge on air tickets that is being collected by NCAA, and proceeds are shared within the operational and legal framework of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Act. I don't need to bore you with that because even Grant also mentioned the fact that plethora of charges is coming from NCAA, FAN, and others. There are so many bodies that are piling the operators with charges. So we need to look at that area very well. So it's not really federal government taxes like VAT and all that. And in fact, right now, the new tax law has made the VAT burden, taking the VAT burden from the company, because you can claim the input when you now for the output that you are giving. The only thing is that the burden might rest on the service users anyway. Okay, so the Federal Inland Revenue Service has issued sector-specific guidelines on taxation of shipping, air transport, and related undertakings, clarifying how existing tax laws, including minimum tax rules, apply to the sector. The Nigerian Tax Act 2025 has introduced changes with direct implications for shipping and air transport non-resident companies, including monthly filings, minimum tax mechanisms, and certifications requirement tied to permits and licenses. Now, fiscal risk. 1, high statutory levy and charge burden raises fares. Direct and indirect levies and airport service fees increase cost and conversely reduce demand. Empirical indicators show passenger numbers are sensitive to price, as Nigeria has underperformed on passenger volumes related to capacity expansion. 2, complexity, overlap, and legal friction. Conflicting statutory instruments, sectoral legislation like the Nigerian Civil Aviation Act, and tax legislations like company income tax, value-added tax, among others, used to create legal ambiguity that discourage investment and sometimes lead to litigation, thereby increasing the cost of enforcement for the service, but has been greatly addressed. This has been greatly addressed by the current tax reforms and the entire fiscal landscape, owing to Mr. President's foresight and vision for the country. 3, revenue volatility and leakage. Ad hoc concessions create uncertainty and may erode medium-term revenue. Conversely, sudden removal of such concessions could lead to revenue shocks if not fixed or offset. Then 4, regulatory coordination gaps. Fiscal instruments often function separately from aviation policy priorities. I think you agree with me that sometimes the policies that we put out there, they are conflicting, and so it's actually affecting your operations too. We all know that. This fragmentation reduces policy coherence. Now 3, a critical sector growth model tax instruments aligned to policy pillars. A, demand stimulation, affordability, and connectivity. Action, rationalize passenger-facing levies. Consolidate or cap passenger service and development charges to reduce cumulative fees that directly raise fares. Replace multiple small levies with one transparent index fee where needed. What we are saying is that, the Nigerian Revenue Service, we just talked about how they have combined all this into 4%. We can look at all this issue. All those fees that you're charging from the charging passenger and all that. Why don't you look at it transparently and not combine it to one single thing, so that you can even be publishing them regularly, so that people who are flying will know that this is what they are paying for. Not that somebody will pay X here, pay X there. So, and it doesn't make sense that way. So please, we need to look at it. So expected effect. This will lower average fare and ultimately culminate in higher total tax base. B, attract investment and build local capacity. Action, attract time-bound incentives for MROs and training schools. Offer attractive incentives, including counterpart funding by certified local MROs facilities and aviation training institutions that meet investment threshold and local employment targets. Expected effect, increase local MRO capacity will increase more jobs, reduce foreign outflow of maintenance, and improve aircraft availability. C, export and cargo promotion. Action, VAT zero rating for export cargo handling services and tax credits for cargo logistics hubs, preferential customs processing and handling tax relief to make Nigeria the West African cargo hub. I think this is an area that we need to explore, as your sector is concerned. Because we have the numbers. Why are we not having the market? Like my colleague in customs mentioned. We have the numbers, but we don't have the numbers. So, and we should try to see how we can make Nigeria the West African hub, really. So if we try to take this initiative, I think we can make some headway, really. So, expected effect is that this is geared towards diversifying aviation revenue by creating export value and stabilize demand. D, revenue protection and legal clarity. Action, legal harmonization review. Convene a technical committee made up of finance, aviation, Nigerian Revenue Service, NCAA, customs, legal experts to reconcile Civil Aviation Act provisions, tax acts, and subsisting FRS circulars to eliminate contradictions and prevent double taxation. These are bottlenecks. If we can come here and talk and try and answer to here and clap and go to this, but if there are no actions taken, we will still come back here next year and we'll be ruminating on the same issues again and we will not make progress. So the issue now is that what do? We need to take action. Okay? Now, D, we said revenue protection and legal clarity. Okay? Yeah. Next one is transparent replacement strategy. If unnecessary concessions are removed, replace lost revenues with broader growth-friendly measures, e.g., phased removal with targeted offset to avoid price shock. Because if those things are removed temporarily like that, suddenly there will be price shock, and that may affect the system too. So expected effect is that this would lead to improved compliance, fewer disputes, and reduced cost of enforcement for the service. E, compliance and administration. Action, tax permit linkage. Use tax clearance requirement for license to permit applied carefully to avoid service disruptions. To improve compliance as signaled in the NTA provisions. Provide simplified filing options for non-resident companies, foreign carriers that operate in Nigeria, such that we will use their revenue as a basis for declaration and taxing their operations. But that will also be subject to subsequent audit. Okay? Specific policy recommendations. 1, launch a cross-agency tax aviation harmonization task force to produce a 9-month legal harmonization report. Okay? Civil Aviation Act, CETA, VAT Act, substituting FRS circulars, prioritizing resolving VAT exemptions contradictions. 2, freeze any unilateral removal of long-standing sectoral exemptions without accompanying mitigating measures to avoid sudden fare shocks. 3, synergistic exchange of information between the aviation regulatory bodies and the service to enhance tax compliance and publish an itemized schedule of all passenger charges and their legal basis, NCAA and airport operators, to improve transparency, really. So the next one is introduce a targeted MRO training and incentive package through counterpart funding and sector-specific relief. Next one is consolidate passenger levies, which should replace multiple overlapping fees with capped single index-linked passenger charge applied transparently. Next is develop Nigeria as a regional MRO hub through co-investment facilities, matched tax credit bonds, and land utility concessions at select airports. Next is build tax instruments that support green aviation to reduce emission. The speaker for customs mentioned issue of green. People are going green now. It's not enough for us to be shouting that, oh, we are under the burden of tax and all that, whereas we are looking at the wrong direction. What are we operating like other people are operating outside the country? If we are not doing that, why are we not doing that? What steps are we taking to do that? So you don't need people from outside to come and tell you that, look, this is what you need to do. So there's need for us to go green. That's what's happening universally now. So what steps are we taking? If at this level now you see struggling with meeting your small obligations and now you're going to go green, you mentioned capacity. Capacity is low. When you have only one aircraft and you put the burden of water in the aircraft, the day the aircraft has default, nobody's flying again. And that's the reason why we're having a lot of cancellations here and there. So we need to build capacity. Probably you need to have a handshake with agencies outside the country to fund operations here, really. So aircraft business is not by making name and all that. You have to work efficiently. You are even in a climb where you are lucky, where you are not being sued for regular cancellation of flights. If this happens abroad, they can sue you, and you know what that means. So it's something we should work on seriously. Okay? Practical steps. 1, approve the Tax Aviation Harmonization Task Force with a workable mandate. 2, commission an economic impact study that models fare elasticity to combine tax reduction and incentive package, that is revenue versus demand trade-offs. 3, open a small competitive window for MRO investor proposal with conditional tax incentive tied to job and training targets. 4, work with NCA to publish a consolidated legal-based schedule of charges. Conclusion: a tax policy that deliberately uses targeted incentives, legal clarity, and linear passenger charges can unlock the Nigerian aviation sector's economic potential while preserving and improving the revenue base over time. The key is coherence. Align tax instruments with clear growth strategy, MRO, cargo, connectivity, etc. Limit ad hoc concessions and protect consumers from stacked levies that erode demand. With a staged, evidence-driven approach and strong interagency coordination, Nigeria can transition from a high-cost aviation market to a competitive regional hub that creates jobs and sustains fiscal receipts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I can't take.
Good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Just like Mr. Diamond has said, he's buttressed the benefits of the new tax regime assigned into law by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So he has also said the problems of the current tax system and how the new regime would solve this. And also, he has also buttressed the point of as to how it will affect the aviation sector in particular. So I have a very limited time, so I would like to emphasize the role of FIRS in the enlightenment and education of taxpayers. So as we all know, nothing spreads as fast as wrong information. So the FIRS is now taking a more customer-centric approach as to enlighten taxpayers so they know their obligations, they know their duties, they know when to file and when to pay. They know the deadlines, they know the penalties, they know everything, basically. So, as you can see, we have a USSD code, star 829 hash. It's just like every USSD code like the banks have. It's a self-service platform where you can easily check your TIN. You know what your TIN, your tax ID number. You can verify your TIN there. You can even generate your tax clearance certificate. So it is that helpful. So the star 829 hash code, I don't know if it's too hard to remember. I think it's very easy. 829 is very easy. So I want to just let you know some benefits you can get or some things you can do with the code. So you can, like I said, you can retrieve your TIN, your tax identification number. You can retrieve this by dialing the code. You can verify your tax clearance certificate. You can view the tax types, all the tax types that there are. You can view the tax types. You can view the rates. Also, if you're looking for offices close to you, if you're looking for tax offices, you can get all the information there. Dial star 829 hash, and you follow the prompts. Then you save it, just a self-service platform, basically. And also, any tax-related inquiries you have, you can also get it solved there. So as relates to the aviation sector, I know that they collect VAT. I know that is one major type of tax that the aviation sector collects. So what is introduced in the new tax regime is the e-invoicing system. So you don't have to file invoices for VAT manually anymore. There is now an e-invoicing system. So this system is just created. It creates and transmits electronic invoice So you don't need to come to the office and manually file. There's a system that the FIRS has incorporated. So it's integrated into the database of your company, whatever company you use. So whatever you collect, as you collect it, it is flowing into FIRS system seamlessly. You do not need to tell FIRS what. They already see what you do, but you just need to just file at the end and just show the records of what is, basically. So in B2C transactions, that is business to consumer transactions, merchants use integrated systems to automatically generate and report e-invoices to FIRS in near real time, like I said, and buyers can verify the transaction by scanning the QR code. So that is how simple it is. Once a buyer wants to make a payment, once you want to buy a flight ticket, you just need to scan the QR code on your mobile phone. Then the VAT is deducted at source and flows to the FIRS. So the benefit of this e-invoicing is it provides cost savings, it improves transparency, reduces errors and fraud, enhances compliance, simplifies refund processing, supports environmental sustainability, reduces audit burdens, improves cash flows, and increases business efficiency, basically. So we are still outside, just in case you still want to get more information, you still want to know our services. We also have hotlines. We have our social media platforms where you can reach us. We have a general contact center phone number. I don't know if you can take that down. I can just say that. So the number is, I don't know if you want to take that down, 020-946-02700. So that is the contact center number. Our handles are Instagram FIRS_Nigeria, Facebook FIRS Nigeria, Twitter FIRS Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear. Come, Ejo, maybe not to along. Why? You didn't tell us your name.
So my name is Julian. Julian, Julian.
Thank you. You are owing me. Now, interestingly, we paid for this hall. And very instructively, we paid for the services. The light, all of them paid for. We gave even breakfast and lunch to the people. And the FIRS cannot come and finish advertising their product and walk away like that. It's not possible. So even some people have checked *829# and paid the 100 naira on that platform. So you cannot earn without giving. Go and prepare for how to pay your tithe. God bless you. You know, anything you see in the holy books, take it serious. They are well planned. One of the things that followed and flows through all the commentaries of the scripture is tax collectors. People you need to watch carefully. Everywhere they are. Can you imagine how this young man plugged this program inside? And we failed for it, including myself and Sunday. So, but it's good. Permit me to appreciate that they did a good job. Sir, you did a very good job. I listened to you. You see, one of the things that excite humanity is that when you are given an assignment and you take your time to research to do it, if you see the presentation, you will see that this is a well-planned delivery. It's not an ad hoc thing. He didn't just jump. Just like you, sir. Just like Grant. Just like all our facilitators today are people who are very deliberate and intentional. I think they need a round of applause from us. Now, while we are appreciating our faculties, it is good we appreciate the audience. Because this audience is also very rich. Very rich because they were invited and they came. The DG, sir, let me profile your audience for you to know, see how the response went. Please, if you know you are from Arik Air here, can you be upstanding? Let us appreciate you. Arik Air. Arik Air. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Arik Air. Thank you very much. Value Jet, please. Value Jet. Oh, thank you very much, sir. Aero Contractors. Aero Contractors. Arrow no they carry last. Unza Air. Unza Air. I took these names from our registration profile. Donia Aviation. Oh, thank you. You are welcome. Avitech. Avitech. Only you. You are too critical to this business that you are supposed to all be seated and listening. Max Air. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Max Air, thank you. ExyJet. ExyJet. Thank you very much. I don't know what to be calling you, ExyJet. But Enugu Air is almost dominating your name. Epis. Epis. Thank you very much. I have good testimony about you guys from Ame. Ame say you people are very responsive and responsible. Thank you very much for being who you are. Biggest and also the best. Occupying good extremes, and that is what should be done. Thank you. NCA appreciates you. Our African world. Where's your brother? Okay. Thank you. Omini Blue. Omini Blue. Now only you work, I come. All right. Rano Air. Rano Air. ChukwuAirlines.com. If there's any airline I have not recognized here, can you? Eh? Overland Airways, sorry. I told the writer to write me Overland because I saw your face. Overland, please, can you be upstanding for recognition? Overland. Sincerely, I told them to write. I told them several, write Overland, write Overland. Because I saw your face here. Ibom Air. Ibom, stand up for recognition. Yeah. Who have I not called? Bristol Air. Did you register there? And you wrote your name there? Because the young ladies that brought this to me took it from the... You are? Ellen Air, yes. Ellen Air, how are you? Well done. Thank you very much. NG Eagle. United. Stand up for recognition, United. I don't know why they didn't. Thank you for coming. NG Eagle. Which other airline here? We have now United, we have Ellen and Bristol. Thank you very much for coming. And if I have not called you, NCA, are you here? Can we see you? Sit down, Edge, sit down, maybe no. Well, that is speaking to the matter and to the issues. We have had a great day here. What we are supposed to be doing now at this point is to be taking reactions and review from commentary from people who have listened. But I want to think that the reaction should be directed at something. The DJ, am I correct? It is not just throwing and kicking from all sides. It should be directed at something, which means it should be directed at the things we have spoken about today, so that we can structure and recalibrate the process. But let me also say, one of the things that is a challenge, I want to disabuse the minds of so many people here. People think that Nigerian Airlines are not properly regulated as to the number of aircraft they should have. If you go to the books, it is about 6 aircraft now. To come into the country to operate is 6 aircraft. If an airline has 6 aircraft and you think it's not adequate, I don't know what should be adequate. Gone are the days when they used to have 2 aircraft and all of that. Now the regime is more intense, and regulation is more addressing all the concern that has been raised. The thing that the CAA needs is that people should appreciate that a whole lot of work is going into this process. Aviation is very dynamic. Things change every day. And you must be upstanding to move with the dynamics. That's where we are today. And that is preparing you for that location of a responsibility that is a reaction and review of what we have done today. If we are going to do review and reaction of what we have done today, it does mean that we cannot do it without the panelists. Because somebody has to respond. The DJ, am I correct, sir? Yes. DJ said I'm correct. I say he said I'm correct, and I heard him. If you didn't hear him, now you know. So, we are going to move to that responsibility of calling out our panelists. When the panelists come out, we will now take the reviews and reaction, and they will respond accordingly. Grant, does it make sense? It does make sense. You say so. So, I want to think that while we are waiting for the launch, that is not having a delayed flight, but the flight is coming at a rate where the Englishman described it very soon. Thank you. So the launch will be ready very soon. Should we just sit like this and be waiting? We should move on. So let me invite our panelists to come on board. And interestingly, our panelists today are the people who have spoken to us, because they're the people who are going to be taking the responses. May I invite our panelists to the high table as I invite Mr. Charles Grant to the podium. Where are my ushers? You're welcome, sir. May I also invite to the high table, to the high chair, Mr. Godwin Ame. Godwin Ame, please come on. Mr. Godwin, we are still waiting. Ushers, please, can you come and begin to usher them here? They are still carrying their books themselves. One of the things you must work against is not to allow them carry books, phone, or anything that the hand can hold. You're welcome, Prof. At the NCA, we call him Prof because he's a professor in practice. Let me invite also invite as one of our panelists, Mr. Akpan from Ibom Air. Mr. Akpan from Ibom Air, please, can you come on stage? May I also invite Mr. Akpan? Yes. Please don't allow him to stress his hand when he's going to stress his brain also. Help him. He cannot be stressing everywhere. Let me now invite Assistant Controller Joseph Attile to the high chair. May I now invite our last speaker, Mr. Diamond Tietia. Diamond. Give him the thing. He is doing just his work. Yes. Thank you. Now, having set up the stage where our panelists are well seated and where microphones have been given to them, I hope you have microphone individually. Why are you giving him two? Is it by his size? He's carrying one here. You kept one, but yeah, we are not sharing it by size here. He gave him two, and so we are not sharing the microphone. Okay, Charles, you have. All right. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much indeed. Now, what we're going to be focusing more now is what we look at as critical stakeholders, which are you guys here, and development partners seated here too, financial venture capitalists. Looking at all we have discussed today, we have been engaging ourselves this morning. We have been interacting. We have been exercising our brain and understanding as to what the issues are and what the issues should be. Because we want to navigate from where we are and possibly move forward. One thing that has been consistent is that all the presentations had good recommendation. Everybody who has presented something here didn't leave us in the wilderness. All of them will have way forward, recommendation. How do we move forward? And all of that, which is commendable. And that's why I say that this faculty is highly commendable. The stakeholders, the time is now. Where are our ushers? I need microphone again. The microphone here has. No, there was a microphone here. Oh, yes, thank you very much. You are just doing the right thing. So, the time is now. Because we cannot go to start reviewing what we have discussed again. It is for you now to give us your own perspective in a reaction. Give us your own perspective. Possibly by asking questions for clarification. Let us see your own perspective to make this engagement, this retreat. That's why we call it a retreat. It's not a monologue. It is speaking dispassionately. Everybody here has an opinion. And that is why it is for critical stakeholders in the airline business. You have seen how this positioning have affected your operation. Raise concerns. Let there be responses you can take to your organization and see how you can integrate and collaborate with what is happening today. And as you have something to say, just raise up your hand to say something. The microphone will get to you. One of the assurances I will give to you is that the young lady that will bring the microphone to you will be elegant. It's an assurance I give to you this afternoon. If you have your comment, we can say, thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Come and give microphone. See the cat walking. You will now know what I mean. We are going to just do this, please. Thank you, sir. We are going to do this for 25 minutes. It's not endless. So prepare yourself to say what you want to say. Panelists, are you with me? Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Taiwo Lawson, Group Chief Financial Officer, Ellen Group. Okay, my question goes to Grant. While you were extracting the fundamental problem or issues, the borders on the bottom line of airline, you did mention so many costs that are built up in Nigeria. Now, for that structure to be effective, and there will be a comparison between that, Ethiopia here, and all of that you mentioned, we need you to, maybe in another slide or papers to the stakeholders here, give us analysis of what obtained in other countries. Because if you look at VAT, for instance, Nigeria is the lowest, 7.5. So, if that is built into our pricing structure in ticketing and co, does that happen in Ethiopia? Does it happen in other countries? All the percentages and so NCA charges, when we enumerate them, then we can know who to direct our attention to, or who our formidable opponent is that we need to write to for waivers. Thank you. That's on that. The taxman, Joseph. Okay, instead of interpreting them, you are collecting money. Okay, of course, you spoke the mind of the people. For the stakeholders, realistically, there should be a collaboration. To save the industry, which is the banking sector, They need to have a minimum capital base. Otherwise, banks were collapsing and collapsing. And what happened was there was a merger or takeover. In the business today, one person, two airline, MD. Half airline, MD. Airline that is no longer flying is still an MD. Can we have a consortium whereby we can come together as a body to say, okay, you know what? In synergy, there is positivity. If we come together under a synergistic environment, we can compete. We can have access to more funding. In fact, we can even have suppliers of parts who will give us some credit and timely too. Because they look at they now see us as one body that has financial muscle that they can trust. But today, you apply, they look at your P&L, no go area. That one, no go area. But if we come together, all these things can be harmonized, and then we have access to funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so very much. So, to everybody, especially the operators, in addition to the last comment that he made, and I think it's partly going to be from us. When I say us, I mean we that are the regulators. I think if we have the issue of corporate governance solved, almost every other thing will fall in place. If you have strong corporate governance in the industry, almost every other thing will fall in place. And I think that it's high time we did that. It's very, very important. Just because I have the microphone, just so we don't keep going back and forth, to our gentleman who is from the customs, we understand everything that he has said, and I think that the job of the government is to provide an enabling environment for the operators. Realistically, if we do not have them, we can't have us, and that's the truth. I think that our policies should not be one size fits all. Even to NRS, our policies should not be one size fits all. We need to sit down over and over again. It's good, the new laws are very good, very robust, but we also need to take some of the issues of industry by industry into consideration. What applies in banking, as far as tax issues are concerned, may not necessarily apply to airline operators. And so we need to have a bit of, little bit of tweaks here and there. To the operators, if you can't take care of 5 naira, you might just not be able to take care of 10 naira. If you get the point I'm making. If you collect money on behalf of the government and you are not remitting as and when due, how is government then able to also listen to your cries? Because it has to be a two-way thing. If you want me to, one man says, if you fall for me, I fall for you. If you help me to succeed, I can also help you to succeed. Thank you very much.
I was thinking that question was very, very specific. Yes.
Well, I take it that was less of a question, more of an advice, a recommendation that this is coming back to Mr. Lawson's question, statement, that there should be a detailed comparison of what's obtainable in Nigeria versus other countries who seem to have found success in leveraging aviation. And that's duly noted, and I thank you for that input.
Any other comment from the faculties, please? Is that okay for all? Did Mr. Lossie say something, the Director of Finance and Accounts said, try to re-emphasize and adumbrate that, and the faculty is saying the advice is well taken. Does that satisfy your contribution, sir? Oh, good. Thank you very much. I think they need a round of applause on that. Please, the next commentary from here. The next question. The next opinion. We are saying reactions. Can you go to that young lady? Our rapporteurs, we need your, yes, introduction before you make your contribution.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tokumbo Smith. I work for Bristol Helicopters. This is an advice and a comment based on some of the presentations we've made that has been made to us. So, like one of the speakers spoke about, and I think that's Mr. Grant, I believe that the aviation sector, that sector needs to have a sustainable growth before it can be properly taxed, just like he's commented on. The sector is yet to attain that optimal growth to enable it to thrive and be adequately taxed. So one of the things that has been recommended and which I support is the fact that the VAT and duty exemption on spares and aircraft should be sustained, at least for the next 5 years, to enable that sector grow properly and thrive before they can begin to tax that economy adequately. This is not to say that there shouldn't be, they wouldn't pay CIT, taxation, VAT, and all of that, but allow that economy, industry to grow first. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Kendi Oshisai. I'm representing Bristol Helicopters as well. Okay, so this is more like a comment and a request at the same time. So it has to do with delay. My question is directed at my custom officer and Mr. It has to do with something Mr. Charles also mentioned. So it has to do with the delay of processing of temporary importation permit for aircrafts and the sharing of final information to allow our aircraft to operate at the right time. Before, it used to take about 2 weeks to process TIP, but now we are getting our TIP processed within like 4 weeks. Most recently, it took about 6 weeks to get our TIP processed. And at the end of the day, it costs the company money because we have to incur costs of paying pilots, paying engineers that work on ferrying the aircraft wherever it will operate. We also take into account revenue losses. You have losses of about $1 million within this period when you are processing the TIPs. And when you say you have loss, when you say the company is making loss, the government as well will be making reduced revenue for themselves. So it's going to be a win-win thing. If you could work on helping us get our TIPs processed, get our aircrafts on air, then we'll be able to have a win-win situation. Thank you.
Any response? Is it specifically to you?
Yeah. Thank you for that observation. Some of these things, they don't just happen. We like to handle issues like this on specific basis, as in I should know the condition or the circumstances surrounding that particular TI. Sometimes maybe your documentation may not be complete, so I will not know. At the end of the day, I will be giving an answer in a vacuum, which, we operation-wise, we have to be very, very practical. But I I promise you that if your documentation is correct, your bond is available, it won't take longer than necessary. And I will still take it up to my superiors as one of the take-home here. Thank you.
Can I add something? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. And thank you, the panelists, and thank you, everybody, for this forum. I just want to add something that relates to customs. You know, the business environment is difficult, and I'm happy government is taking or making steps to soften that or make things simpler, and that's very commendable. There's some, you know, a typical Nigerian airline is starting off from a point of disadvantage all around. The factor input costs denominated in foreign currency and all sourced from outside, piling all manner of things on the cost structure. Then when it comes inside, the players from the government side don't seem to be seeing the airlines as being in business. So there's need for, thank God, there have been some level of cooperation, especially from NCAA, and I have to make bold to say what I've been saying behind them. They are the most cooperating government agency or regulator as far as airlines in Nigeria is concerned. I can say that anywhere. It is the first government agency that is looking at the people that are regulating as doing business. So they're in regulation to ensure safety, to ensure compliance, but they also look at it that there's something they will do that will shut down the business and doesn't give the business a chance to survive at all. So sometimes they become creative in the implementation of those policies. Same with customs, same with FIRS, but we need to do more. Specifically, let me come back to customs. You know, capacity is one of the major challenges of local airlines. Sometimes you need an engine overhaul, the cost and the lead time in bringing the engine back becomes difficult. Then you look for a strategy to plug that capacity gap. You go to take a leased aircraft from somebody, and you cannot lease an aircraft from Nigeria. So it has to be leased from abroad. The aircraft comes in. The customs people know that you are not purchasing this aircraft. And the regulation is that you should document it with them as the aircraft comes in and document it as the aircraft is going out. But they insist that, okay, I understand because it is a leased aircraft, you should not pay customs duties. But you have to give me customs importation bond. Maybe they do not understand that this means loan. For the airlines, it means loan. If the aircraft is expensive enough for the custom importation bond to be like, let's say 3 billion naira, you go to the bank to give you a temporary importation bond. The bank tells you to bring that money and deposit as collateral for them to give you the temporary importation bond. You now take it to the customs. For the accountants in the house, there is time value of money, there is costs of keeping that money. And then from the customs side, they don't see, it thinks it appears free. But that money sitting with the bank, you did not, even if you took it from your pocket, it is generating interest. So can we be more creative? This now the question, can we be more creative in this documentation? Okay, I know the aircraft does not belong to you, and so customs duties are not applicable. can we look for a way to do the documentation in such a way that it doesn't add a layer of cost to the airlines? That's the question I've been rambling to ask.
Okay, thank you, sir. Actually, customs do not operate in a vacuum. There's procedure for everything. You mentioned there is the same TI. You are leasing an equipment. It's zero duty, which you know. But anything that is on zero duty is a suspense activity, suspense importation, meaning it is subject to abuse. So the formulators of the law says, should this happen already, we know how to take care of it. So it's procedural. It won't change. You must secure it with a bond. And the bond will be sufficient enough to cover the duty and other taxes applicable to that item, should the conditions covering that transaction, the contract between you and the customs, do not hold. So it is normal practice worldwide. It is not just in Nigeria. It's procedural. After all, if you follow through, meaning you did everything right and perfect, your bond will be discharged.
Can you?
Thank you. But after I've paid handsomely for the cost of the bonds.
My brother, let me. I want to speak on this.
Okay, please.
Brother Joseph, we hear you. We hear you loud and clear. As another man under authority, I think where my colleague is coming from is that the custom bonds, or let me start from the cost of aircraft. Nobody knows better the cost of aircraft in this room than IBOM Air. I don't know if you finished paying the pre-delivery payments. Chuku Air, that only flies in Benin at night. You guys are going through a lot trying to pay pre-delivery payments, and you haven't even explained that to the room today. This is just another layer of cost that Nigerian carriers deal with that foreign carriers are not bothered by. What he's trying to get out is that cost of the bond that goes into the billions, that now becomes a fully cash-back securitized item. Is there an alternative framework that customs can consider? He's not saying don't find a way to time it to ensure that this aircraft leaves the country when it's due. But what he's saying is, how can we do it in a way that is not punitive to the airline? That the airline has to go and tie the full amount in Naira, because that's cash out that could have gone to growing the industry, towards generating more business. And that's the essence of the discussion, that we need to look at how we can grow this industry so that it can be taxed. But this is another layer of things that are putting charges on the airline. And please, when we talk about, we're not just talking about taxes. So it's not that we're saying customs and FIRS. We are using style to talk to NCA too. We are talking to the banks. We're speaking to everybody that, look, the environment the airlines are operating in needs a holistic review. And I'm really grateful to the current leadership of the NCA, because clearly they understand that solution comes through discourse. And this is the second summit so far, and I'm sure there will be many more. And there will be more solutions that will come out. But for this particular issue, I think it's something that will be worth taking back to your principles.
Definitely. Thank you, my friend. Actually.
Okay, sir, please go ahead. No, go ahead. Yeah, okay. So to grant the operators and to IBOM, yes, and then to other operators. So what I learned very early in life is that you don't come with problems and problems alone. When you come with your problems or hurdles to cross, let's not call them problems, you also come with solutions. What are you suggesting? So it's not enough for us to sit down and talk about our problems. You are the operators. You know where it pinches. What are the solutions that you have proffered and you are willing to tender, and so that everybody who is in the process line can take a look at it. So we can talk to the customer from now till tomorrow. He started with a caveat by saying that he's only an implementator of laid down policies. So whether we talk to him, even if he's the Controller General that is here, he will have to go back to Ministry of Finance most likely to look at those solutions. So we need to start addressing and proffering solutions. When we bring the solutions, then people can sit down and look at them and say, look, this is what we can achieve, this is what we can do, this is what we cannot do. What are the practices around the world to mitigate against some of the costs that you're talking about? Do you understand? Are there things that you can go to the bank and say, look, give me a bond and let's have an overnight, and then customs says, okay, we'll give you a documentation to return back to the bank, so your cost is minimized. So even if you have to cash back it, you're paying just for one night as against for 90 days, for example. No, I'm just saying, for example, for 180 days, for 2 years, for 30 years, whatever. But I'm just saying that, are there ways that you can reduce that cost? Because if customs gives you a document that goes back to the bank, for example, I'm just saying, for example, and says, look, you can't cry more than the beauty. We are the customs, we are the Nigerian customs, and we're saying, look, give them, or we're giving our sovereign on this matter, just to support the industry. But you must come with those solutions. You must come with those solutions for us to look at them. Thank you.
This discussion is getting more interesting and intense. Yes, FIRS, we say something because this collection is coming in.
Moderator.
You're welcome, sir. Okay, don't leave. I can donate another microphone.
So I was going to respond to the DFA, NCA. I don't know whether event has overtaken the question you asked. In our paper presented, we mentioned the issue of the fact that there's need for sector-specific policies. And we also mentioned the fact that there's need for harmonization of the different bodies to look at the issues. Because you can't stay in one place and watch a masquerade. So there's need for these bodies to come together so that we can have an open discussion and look at the issues, and we must be ready to tell ourselves the truth. One issue that has cropped up, that has been a recurring decimal, is the fact that it's an issue of cost. And in my closing remarks, it was obviously said that the aviation sector in Nigeria is bedeviled with huge costs. And my colleague, my brother from Customs, also mentioned the fact that if you look at the population strata, that those who are actually flying the air are flying it because for security reasons that is happening on the ground, not necessarily because that is actually friendly. So it all boils down to cost. First and foremost, let's look at it so that we can address it. So that is on that. Then my response to Bristol, I think someone from Bristol raised some issues. They were saying that we should grant VAT exemptions. Before the enactment of the Nigerian Revenue Service tax law, we are aware that VAT, there's no VAT on commercial tickets, and that has been on for a while now. We have not seen any quantifiable advantage or how that has actually grown your business since that has been there. But again, in the wisdom of the president in signing this thing into law, he has now made it even better for you people, because now before we're not going to be claiming input VAT, but input VAT has been extended even to asset purchase. So I think part of the problem we also have is an issue of knowledge gap. I want to advise that people from your sector should get to hire quality tax managers who understands the tax law from the point of view of FIRS, so that it's not at every beck and call you run to FIRS, so that you can distill this information within your sector before you come to us, so that we will have less a basis for disagreement. You know, I have had cause to deal with so many taxpayers from this sector, and one thing that has been cropping up regularly is the fact that there is no depth in terms of tax understanding from people. This issue of VAT you're talking about, for instance, now, people don't know that charter flights, for instance, now, they'll be talking about VAT on it. Charter flight is like it's like a hiring service, you know. So, but with the new tax law now, whether you are a charter flight, whether it's VAT is cutting across board, but the only panacea to that now is that you can claim them back as impute. So we need to have this knowledge. Get cutting-edge accountants who understand tax law from your own end to look at these tax laws, because the thing, even you look at the volume of this thing, you might be discouraged, but you need to understand them. When you understand them, you can now find a way around the issues we're talking about now, because the issue of tax is like it's a setting issue, certainty. It's like death; it will always come, and you can't run away from it. So it's not something you can postpone. It's like postponing the evil days. So that's on that. So the other issue has to do with again, even on VAT, in other African countries, they charge as much as 18% for VAT. So we are not even going to 80%. We are still doing 5% to 7.5%. So I think we should try to work around it, because VAT is not even the main issue, as we have said before. So Mr. President should be commended for the foresight to even bring these issues and taking the aviation industry into consideration by ensuring that input VAT is allowed for to ease the burden on the operators. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much indeed. I think I want to agree that we have actually spent the time allotted for this program, and we are going to take the two last comments and we seal the day. The two, one from our and one from here. Please, very quickly and make it brief.
My name is Bethel Ukeru from Arik Air. One, I want to assume and plead that this presentation today could be made available to the participants later for in-depth digestion of what we have just discussed. That is one. Two, on the issue of VAT, on what basis will it be based? What I mean is, what percentage? Is 7.5% of 100 of ticket sales. Now, remember that NCAA collects 5% of the ticket sales. So if NCAA collects 5%, then basically the airline is left with 95%. Are you going to charge the VAT based on 95% of the sales or 100%? That is one question I need to be clarified about. And then another thing is, we know government is trying, but here today, I can see a parent with 3 children. The parent is the government. I can see custom, a child of government. NCAA, child of government. FRS, child of government. Each one, while they operate independently, when you accumulate everything together, it still goes to one parent. When you are talking about tax, you mentioned that it is not all about it. There are many areas that airline can look onto, which is correct. ACA says the same thing because they want to recover the debt airlines owe them. The same thing with custom. At the end of the day, it is still government that is collecting it from different angles. And we are all saying independently that, no, our own is not the issue. So what is exactly the issue? Everything has to be combined. So in such case, I would like to say that it is good that government also do more. When Grant was talking, he talked about enabling the airline. if government put more effort in supporting the airlines, for example, they could have relief funds, such as they showed it during the COVID. Many airlines are in distress and they want to survive. If government is supporting them more, as we have seen or mentioned in other countries, that will go a long way to help. So that even if they are collecting it in these areas, it will not be as painful as it is.
Okay, good afternoon. I just want to pick on what FRS Mr. Diamond said earlier. He mentioned that there are a plethora of charges in the industry. So for me, it's more like a pushback before we miss that comment he made. He said tax is not really the issue when you look at the volume of the tax compared to the charges seen in tickets. He was very clear on that. So he has challenged operators to work with the authorities on the charges because the charges are much. In as much as government wants to make money through or get revenue through taxes, why the operators are shouting and complaining is because the charges already existing is suffocating the businesses. And that is where the issues are coming from. So if the operators can collaborate with NCA, I think this also comes to you because the health of the industry is something you have at the height of your commitment. So we need to take this back because he has given us a big challenge that we should work on. He even suggested if we can gather the charges and make it a simple one that when it's paid, it goes to everybody that needs to collect out of it. So for me, it's more of growing the industry. And you cannot grow the industry without people flying. When you compare the number of people flying in this country to the population, is too poor in all aspects of it. So we need to look at how to grow the industry. Let more people fly. If more people fly, the airlines become stronger, government make more money, and you have more equipment in the market. Thank you. And also, please, my appreciation to those who organized this. It's important we have this session and let it be going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, African World. Can we get responses from this side? The faculty. You have a microscope there with you. Yeah, use the microscope. Yes, sir. Oh, again? I want to eat too.
Hello. First, let me address the issue raised by the man from ARIC, that we have 3 government agencies present here, FIRS, Nigeria Customs, and NCAA, and that they are taking a pie and a hit on the operators. I would like to clear the air that Customs, for instance, now, FIRS does not go to the port to collect VAT for imported items. Customs does that, but the money is also reported to the FIRS. And I'm sure you're aware now with the new arrangement now that FIRS will be collecting from most of these agencies now. We're collecting the money for most of the agencies. So they'll do the work, but we'll still collect the money and report to Central Post. So the panacea to that, which I mentioned earlier, is still getting, it's an ad hoc body, but it must be made up of all stakeholders to look at it. You cannot see it from one angle. This is where we meet, we set up, again, we should not leave this forum without setting up this committee, where we look at all the issues, the charges, whether it's coming from NCA, whether it's coming from Customs, whether it's coming from FRS, we look at it. Then before you now make a position paper to government. And let me also assure you that nothing is actually cast in concrete. It depends on how you are able to push your case. Like my counterpart in Customs mentioned the other time, we are only there to implement. And before this NRS Act came to pass, the committee that was in charge, they were taking presentations from different bodies. And I don't know whether NCA went to sleep when they were doing that. I believe that you were aware that this thing was going on. So you should have actually made your presentation on these issues. And if it carries sufficient weight, by now most of these issues would have been resolved. And it will just be wishful thinking to now just assume that we'll come here and the federal government will just remove taxes and thinking that because you are NCA, no, it doesn't work that way. You must make concrete effort, send people, even in America there are lobby teams. So it is what you want that you present to government. And government has listening ears. And it has to do with interest too. So if it's something that's of interest to you and your body is critical to the economy, without your aircraft and all that, tourism will not flourish. People will not come from abroad and be doing things here. Or are they going to be using speedboat to come to Nigeria? So you need to get your acts together by getting your team together and make proper presentation. After this body you are talking about, was going to set up now meet and now agree that, okay, this and this taxes or levies should be taken off. We agree. Then reduce them to writing because you're not going to be talking to National Assembly verbally. You have to meet them, meet committee chairmen and all that. Then they are the ones that will pass this into those who will sign into law. Once that is done, if tomorrow they wake up and say, all airlines no longer pay VAT, as soon as it comes out as a white paper, we will adopt it. True of us. We'll adopt it. So it will just be mere wishful thinking if we sit here, discuss and eat a plate of a meal and go home and think that it will just come up the other day. It will not work. So I am also of the opinion that, look, starting from now, let's set up that crack team to look at all the issues so that we can make progress. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. To add to what he said, actually, I think we are looking for a permanent solution to your problem. See, sometimes we are in Nigeria. Sometimes let us be doing even inter-sectoral distinct comparison too. What happened to the banking sector before it became a bit strong or stronger now? Something happened. Then we had all these family banks all over Nigeria at that time. In fact, everybody became the owner of a bank. Sometimes they will put their wife to be MD, chief executive, or their son. What happened? Something happened there. I think it is high time you people should think, jump, even if it weren't jumping or running. Just forget about what will happen. Definitely, if there's something like a merger or acquisition, some will go. We know within us here, we know the unviable ones. So definitely some will consume others. At the end of the day, we will have something of that is closer to a perfect system. All these temporary issues of wave this, these are even waivers are temporary regimes. They will not add to, they will just add to your problems on the long run. So don't be thinking of, we should be looking for permanent solution. Even my friend from FRS did say just now that you should work to even National Assembly. And when you are going there, you shouldn't be talking of waiver on VAT, waiver on this. There should be a structural support to the sector. If it warrant even government setting up maybe something like a fund, a dedicated fund to fund the sector. But you can't be talking of temporary regimes because the following day you come back or the following year. Because once government change, another government will come, will say, okay, this VAT was even too low, jump it to 30% and there's nothing you can do. So like I said before, taxes must be there. We must learn how to flow with them. Let's look for bigger support and structures to enable us grow. Just like, even if it warrant that a big bank that happened in the banking sector, it should happen. At the end of the day, our children will live to enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our friend from the customs, and my own brother. I told you after this program, I will ngbejo you. Thank you, my friend from the FRS. Funny enough, no question was directed to me. That to me, ordinarily, is a relief because it makes my job easier. I don't have to crack my head on what to say or how to answer the question. However, because of the sensitive nature of the case and the reason why we are here, I need to make one or two comments. Let me start with this. A young man once fainted in front of Mr. Biggs. All of us know that Mr. Biggs is an eatery. I know what thing with Nigerians. Everybody want to revive the guy. They gather around him, pressing his chest, pressing his body, making him to come up. And the woman got to that place and said, you people should give him water. Just give him water. And the young man rose up and said, look, my friend, if it is water I want to drink, I would have gone to water pot. I fainted in front of Mr. Biggs. He asked me to give me water. I would have fainted in water pot. He was expecting that they would come and revive with maybe a packet of white rice or any of the food in Mr. Biggs. I said, give me water. What are we doing here? Our action here is synonymous with falling in front of Mr. Biggs. We have a problem and we want to solve the problem. And like one of the speakers say, we must think outside the box. Let's get this one very clear. The solution to this problem will not be found today. Whatever we do today can only trigger a solution. And I think this retreat, summit, workshop, call it any name, is aimed at triggering a discussion that will take us to the solution. But let us come in-house. And let me ask the airline operator one question. How ready are we to come out of the identified problems? Like my friend from the custom says, tax is not something you can waive completely. It's not forever. We must prepare for it. What other incentives or plans do we have or relationships do we have among ourselves to mitigate those problems? I have seen this on the background of information I have from my many years of auditing the airlines and other information I have outside the country. I am aware that in the developed countries, we have alliance, code sharing, where airline A can pick the passengers of airline B and vice versa. And at the end, they do the analysis and then balance off each other. We don't have that here. What is the level of cooperation between the airline operators, even in Nigeria as we speak? We may argue that we have AON, Airline Operators of Nigeria. But I stand to be corrected. I think airline operator has been overtaken by politics. And rather than working for each other, for the interest of the whole operators, everybody, they are now in competition with each other. And the cumulative effect of that is that it will delay or hinder the going forward of the airlines. And like my friends from, I think, Bristol said, this ego of I must own my airline is becoming a very great problem. We were in a workshop in Port Harcourt, and one of the paper presenters told us that it's not even good to owe 1% of 1 trillion business than to owe 100% of 100,000 naira business. Nobody wants to merge. Nobody wants to lift each other together to see how we can go forward. I entered an aircraft from Abuja to Lagos, Boeing 737, with capacity for 120 passengers or more. And we were less than 15 inside. And I asked myself the question, how does this airline survive? As an aviator, I know the implication. In the course of my working I carried out my work as an auditor for the airlines, I noticed one great problem that I found difficult to reconcile. There is this factor called load factor. We are interested in knowing the percentage average load factor of airlines in a particular year, maybe in a particular month, as the case may be. And what that means is we want to know, on average, how many passengers you carry in your aircraft. If your aircraft carries maybe 100 passengers, and as it is taken off on average, you have 80 passengers, then your load factor is 80%. That's just a simple analysis. And some airlines, by God's grace, doing a bit well, 70, 75%, 80% load factor. Interesting. But we have an airline with a load factor of 45%. And what that means is that for every 100 flights embarked upon by that airline, 55 were flown empty. I don't know if you are hearing my grammar well. 55 flown empty, with full complement of fuel and other associated costs. If your flight is not full enough, can't you give your passenger to another airline and vice versa through a code-sharing arrangement? So once again, I want to say that most of the solution to these problems, apart from the government being ready to speak, may have to come from the airline, number one. And number two, we must, like my brother from FRS said, we must be consistent in talking with the government, and we must talk with one voice. When I was talking, I did mention that when the NRS was introduced, it went around to us to help them talk to government. We also are battling with the effect of this on us and how to go to government. And I believe that if AON is really united as a body of airlines, these are the people that deal with the airlines. These are the people that whose decisions impact on the let me use the word, big men of this country, senators, ministers, ambassadors, call it, they all fly. And if you package your case and unite as one body and speak to them, there are chances they will listen to you even faster than they will listen to NCA. But I do not think that that is being done. And that is a great minus. What am I saying? We need, this particular meeting, need to trigger off a discussion. The airlines need to come together even much stronger. AON is becoming more cosmetic than real. And if there's a need to reinforce it, because if you must talk to the government on this matter, you must talk as one. If Igbo Air go and make a case, ARC goes and make a case, Airpeace goes and make a case, the government will not take you serious. But if this is really a problem that hits on the nerves of all the airlines, then it is time to put sentiment and politics aside. Come together as one and make strong presentation to the government, and not just dropping your paper and going away. Follow up and follow up. Perhaps it may not be solved in 1 year, but on the long run, we will achieve a solution that will better drive the sustainable growth we are anticipating in the industry. When this is done, it is good for the airlines, it is good for the regulator, it is good for Nigerians, it is good for everybody. Thank you very much.
Do we have?
Panelists, thank you very much for this time of questions and answer. One thing I believe is that both all the airlines here and the sectors, they've met face to face, and I believe that the synergy has started already, collaboration has started already, and I believe that the goal will be achieved. So thank you very much, our panelists. You can now go to your seats. Thank you very much for this. If we go through our booklets, we would see that we are now at the point of launch, meet and greet, and networking. And this is the time where the airlines, you can come together, and these sectors, they've spoken to us, they've given us ideas on how things should go henceforth. So this is the time for launch. I will be having our launch now. It's still going to take the same way we did it earlier on. That's the same way we're going to. So we'll be starting from there, moving, get our food, and then we'll have our meet and greet, our networking session. Thank you very much. I would coordinate that. From the kitchen.
Hey, yeah. consistent love in my heart, I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause no idea is profound enough to heal the hurt inside. Oh no. You're the only one consistent truth in my heart in this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just got an information now that the lunch will be brought to us, so we don't have to leave our seats. But in the meantime, while we wait for that, we can just continue with networking and getting to know each other better. Thank you very much.
Actions speak louder than words. Ideologies mean nothing when you need something real. So when it's all said and done, I'll be running back to you. I'll be running back to you. Keep me coming to ya. Hey, you got what I need, Lord. For every sand in the glass, every reference to the past, Lord, it only makes sense to stick by you now. And for the shaky days, just like the days before again, with you solid rock, I will wait out the storm. I do my share, oh, bye bye, bye bye, oh, I do my share, oh. Claim to understand everything, like why the children also have to fall victim to sin, and why the world's so messed up. When you gonna come? Exactly how do you plan on judging this world? We cross the seven seas to come and looking for me. When you hear the winds are breaking through and telling you that I am so the out of tune, breathing toxic fumes, suffocating truth, stuck in the web of lies the devil told. You see the enemy spoke, and I listen close. We split the Red Sea in two once again, and come and save me. Remind me that my hope isn't found in the daily struggles of the known and unknown. But I know it's the ruling the affairs of humans. We're just gonna have to wait and see. My father is a painter, showing all the world loving all the hatred out of you. Oh, can you hear him calling, calling for me and you? And what do you say when the world's trying to bring you down? Bring you down. You say that greater is the one that's with and lives in you. Oh man, I got a word for you. I got some words, mainly happiness and joy and the peace we haven't got, and it's ours for the taking, ours to rejoice with. Get all the spoils of our times and let its ashes burn to the ground. I'm gonna get my feet off the ground. Hey, and I'll say, take all the world and give me Yahweh. Take all the world and give me Yahweh. I want you. I said that I need you. My God is so amazing. He found a way to stay just in his ways while granted us mercy. Jesus Christ on the cross. Hey. And when the world is over, oh, I have no more fight left for my breath. I know where I'll be heading, off to my forever home. Hey. Now what do you say when the world's trying to bring you down? Bring you down. You say that greater is the one that's with and lives in you. Oh man, I got a word for you. I got some words, mainly happiness and joy and the peace we haven't got, and it's ours for the taking, ours to rejoice with. When all of time passes by and my train comes chugging about, I'm gonna get my feet off the ground. Hey, hey. And I'll say, take all the world and give me Yahweh. Take all the world and give me Yahweh. I want you. I said that I need you. Whoa. Take all the world and give me Yahweh. Take all the world and give me Yahweh. I want you. I said that I need you. Hey. Take all the world, take it all. Just give me Yahweh. Give me Yahweh. Oh, 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 oh. Take all the world, take it all. Just give me Yahweh. Give me Yahweh. Oh, 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 oh. Hand me a lighter, we'll start a fire in this town we call home. We'll snuggle up on each other, won't let us grow make sure the rope is trenching up in this town we call home. And eventually we'll fall asleep, but not in the dark. We will dance in the thundering rain, waiting for the heat of the sun to fall on our wet skin in this crazy world. And at the moment we wake and we hunger again, the horizon leaks a secret. Soon all will come to an end in this crazy world. Now, darling, I see your eyes, they're glistening. You should probably come close. Don't go opening the door for no strangers. When he knocks, we should know. You see, I heard he bears the gift of a mystery. At any moment you'll see, he will come back for me, and I'll be ready. Yeah. Come on, come on. At any moment you'll see, he will come back for me, and I'll be ready. Yeah. Come on, I'll be ready. I struck out fast as I could, knowing if I just keep my eyes on you, I'd be good, I would. Now you called, I heard you call me up. All the Pharisaic laws that I break, you call me anyway. So how could I go this far without you? How could I go on this far without my love? How could I go this far without you? Letting it go like it was a dream. Dorothy, bye-bye. Stay with me, bye-bye. My Jackie Rory, don't let the lies of this world take me down. I struck out fast as I could, knowing if I just keep my eyes on you, I'd be good, I would. And I know you see me, yeah.
Thank you very much, our friend from the customs and my own brother. I told you after this program I will ngbejo you. Thank you, my friend from the FIRS. Funny enough, no question was directed to me. That to me, ordinarily, is a relief because it makes my job easier. I don't have to crack my head on what to say or how to answer the question. However, because of the sensitive nature of the case and the reason why we are here, I need to make one or two comments. Let me start with this. A young man once fainted in front of Mr. Biggs. All of us know that Mr. Big is an eatery. I know one thing with Nigerians, everybody want to revive the guy. They gather around him, pressing his chest, pressing his body, making him to come up. And a woman got to that place and said, you people should give him water, just give him water. And the young man rose up and said, look, my friend, if it is water I want to drink, I would have gone to water pod. I fainted in front of Mr. Biggs. He asked me to give me water. I would have fainted in water board. He was expecting that.
For the accountants in the house, there is time value of money, there is cost of keeping that money. And then
coming from is that the custom bonds, or let me start, that could have gone to growing the industry, towards generating more business. And that's the essence of the discussion. Because clearly they understand that solution comes through.
eyes on that uneasy face, the same one she wore yesterday yet again. She knew she was slipping away. She knew what the doctor would say. She didn't grow up in a church, and she never made time to go looking for God. But she's always known that there was more.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have our attention, please? Thank you very much for your patience. We're so grateful for your patience, and the time for networking meet and greet is over now. So we'll be having our lunch. Our lunch is ready, and we'll still take the same format as the tea break. But before that, please, all our panelists and all our directors, we can please, a room has been provided at the entrance there towards the right for you, where you will be served your lunch. So our ushers, please, can you direct our panelists and our directors? Your lunch is ready in the room towards the right at the entrance. Okay, we'll just wait for our directors to move to their lunch room. Thank you very much for your patience. We're so grateful. Excuse me. All right. Okay, the music can continue. for the delay. As you can see, water is coming in now, and the drinks is also here. You get the drinks while seated, and the food will be here shortly. We sincerely apologize for the delay. Thank you very much. attention, please. For the menu, we have semo and afang. So in case you prefer afang, just tell the ushers to get that for you. We have afang, we have semo and egusi, we have rice, white rice and sauce, and we have jollof rice. Just let them know what you want, and it will be given to you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the hall is empty, partly empty already, but we have to bring this convocation to a close. So let me welcome our General Manager, Mr. Godwin Ahmed, to bring this meeting to a close. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience, and thank you for your wonderful participation during the summit. If we call the summit and you are not there, it will not succeed. So we have not taken that for granted at all. We are grateful, and we wish you journey messages back to your respective places. A lot of decisions have been taken. Please, it is not just about meeting, but after the meeting, what happens next? If we don't implement the decisions taken, then the meeting becomes essentially very useless. As we go back to our various places, let us get to the drawing board, and like our custom friend told us, let us try to think outside the box and ask ourselves the question, what can we do differently to get a better result? I have personally challenged all the airlines. I see the airlines in disarray, And it's an opportunity the government will be able to capitalize upon. Until you come together as one, speak as one, talk as one, and act as one, the government will never take you serious. And if this is done on time, in no distant time, all the challenges we mentioned will be grossly reduced, if not eliminated. Our public address system secretariat, we thank you. Our caterers for bringing our food late, we say thank you. And then for every one of us that has participated in one way or the other, we are immensely grateful. And we pray God bless you greatly. As we go back home, wishing you journey mercies. When opportunity comes again, we keep you posted accordingly. And we hope that the report or the impact of this program will be fed in the next and discussed in the next summit or meeting as the case may be. Once again, on behalf of the DGCA and the entire management of NCAA, we want to say thank you for coming and God bless you all. Thank you.